What's up, game? Ugh. Okay, I did unmute myself. Hopefully, I'm not too quiet. What's up, everyone? It's good to. I'm actually surprised at how many of you are tuning in right now, especially considering it is the middle of the day over here in Western Washington, where I live. I live near Seattle, if you didn't know. Hello, hello. I hope you all are doing well. Um, as I'm sure you all know, 11th edition. We're getting very close. We got a lot of new stuff coming up. Um, you might also hear my dog barking from time to time. So if I have to dip out in order to go deal with the puppers, if he comes back up, I will introduce the rest of you to him. But volume is low. I turned it up. Um, Let me see if I can do something about that. Okay, I've turned it up further. So if I am still quiet, Wix, let me know. I turned it up. Oh my gosh. Um, Here, I'll turn it up even more for you guys. Okay, we are up. We're up 5 additional decibels. I'm not just going to yell. That's going to make my dog yell. That's going to make the dog yell. Let's see. It didn't change. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to go with the big guns. Surely, surely that has made me louder. Surely that has changed something. If I'm starting to blow people's eardrums out, like let me know. I'm fiddling with a lot of stuff on the back end. And now I have to adjust. There's this great thing on a lot of the audio interfaces I've been using for a long time where it has like a it's called like the monitor thing. And so it allows me to regulate how loud I'm speaking because I can, hear my own things. But are we good? Sound good for everyone? Am I, let me know if I'm too loud or if I'm too quiet. I've never been. I don't know why. I was messing with some stuff a couple of days ago, like 2 weeks ago or whatever, and I know some people have said like, "Oh, you're too quiet, you're too loud." All right, cool. Well, if I'm too loud or whatever, like I do appreciate the feedback and letting me know when stuff happens. Okay, cool. Well, anyway, welcome back, everyone. It's a time to talk about 11th edition. I have to imagine that everybody who's watching now knows who I am, but if you somehow don't, my name is Joshua Joshi Howard. I've won a couple of GTs now. I've been making mostly guard-focused content for the past. I don't want to think about too long, but I think it's like past 2 years, maybe 3 years at this point, where I've been making a bunch of stuff. Earlier this year, I became an advisor for Team USA, so I'm kind of like in the fun practice group. Unfortunately, I don't get to practice with them as often as I like because their TTS night is like the day that I've set aside to go play board games with friends and things like that. So it's been hard to do as much of that as I want. I'll also probably turn this light on before it starts to get darker. Um, there we go. And now I'm super bright. We'll figure it out. I'm not normally a streamer, so as I'm sure you guys can tell, we're kind of just going to be getting through this. Anyway, the core rules dropped, as I'm sure many of you are aware. There was a French leak and a German leak of the mission pack. Um, Over the past like week or so, I've played a couple of games of 11th, guessing through my way as best as possible. And this is really important if you guys are not aware. We already know from the Goonhammer, or they're called tabletop battles now. From tabletop battles, we know that there is going to be another PDF stacked on top of this in the near future. So there's not only the mission pack that's going to be coming out, but there's also like the equivalent of like the rules commentary or the appendix, as I've heard some people call it, where they will be getting more and more things on top of it. However, this is the core rules as they are presented. This is what is going to be available in the box, the Armageddon box that's going to be coming out in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks almost. So it should be a good time. Anyway, there's a core appendix. Yeah, some people have it. As I can say this because I don't have an NDA. I don't have an NDA. I don't get any shit early. I hear a bunch of rumors. I know some people who have like better access to new stuff before I do, but it's part of why I try not to speculate too much whenever I do my videos and stuff. Is simply because I don't want to get any of those people in trouble if I say something that is or is not correct, and is something that could be potentially traced back to them. So I'm going to try not to speculate too much, other than things that we've heard a lot from places like Warhammer Community or other stuff like that. What's the whole point of printing out a book if they're going to drop it day one? That's a great question. It's a great question. I think there's been a lot of people talking about digital subscription, which I wouldn't love. I have mixed feelings on. I don't love paying for the rules, but that is what it is. Anyway, let's kind of start talking about it. As some of you may have already done, I played 2 games of 11th edition yesterday. Um, they were they were interesting. The game is definitely very different. A lot of things that you're going to be doing in 10th edition will be different. Let's go ahead and go through. We're gonna take however long it takes, like I'm gonna guess like 2 or 3 hours. Just go through this rule book. So as you guys have questions or comments and stuff, just let me know, and we will talk about it. Um, cool. Anyway, the art is cool. These, yeah, Imperial Fist. Yeah, there's a really cool trailer that came out a couple of days ago. I watched through. I'm a big fan of Sandman of Terra. He's a really good lore YouTuber, so he talks about all the cool stuff that happened in the trailer. Anyway, this is already way fucking better. Just looking at the contents, and like the table of contents is just this was so dog shit in 10th edition. So seeing that they have updated this and made it way easier to go through, big fan of this already. Rate the haircut of the dude in the first pick. There's a guy with a haircut? I don't see anyone with a haircut. They just have helmets on. What are you talking about, Phil? What are you talking about? Anyway, I like this a lot. Abilities that are universal, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Is there anything new in this photo? Does not appear to be... Because this is Call, this is not Thulio Gold. Okay, so this is all like old stuff. Introduction. Welcome to Warhammer 40k Core Rules. The following pages contain everything you need to know. Warhammer is a tabletop game. Yep, yep, yep. Across these phases, battle usually lasts for 5 battle rounds, at the end of which, through a combination of skill, tactics, and a little luck, one of the players will be crowned the victor. This, I'm not gonna lie. We'll see how closely I can like zoom in. This bothers the shit out of me. Watching them roll dice directly into the models is crazy. Oh, you're talking about this dude. Yes, this dude. It's very clearly a Black Templar. He's very clearly a Black Templar. Black Templar's bowl cut. This guy, that's immediately what it makes me think of is this dude right here. Is just like, real life, just doing the same thing. But yes, he's hanging out. Okay. Each Warhammer game is played using a mission. Yep, yep. That's what you will need to do to win. Missions will instruct players to muster an army, whichever faction you want to collect and game with. A codex is an invaluable guide. Yep, same thing as always. Does it say anything about where you will be able to get this? Will it be free? You can use any surface you can place your model and terrain upon. A table is ideal. It's true, you could play this on the floor. I have played Warhammer on the floor before. I've also played on like ping pong tables and stuff over the years. She is a Tau player. Like, are these like known people in the scene? Because I don't recognize either of them, to be honest. Um, not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just like, I just don't know who they are, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I have played on the table. I played on the floor. I did that more in like high school when I didn't have as much space, or rather, I didn't have a car, so I couldn't like drive around and go to other places that had like real terrain. Same icon, so I'll just overhaul the current one. That is a good thing. Is there a competitive advantage to have that haircut? I think so, because I think it's really distracting for your opponent, so they will probably like lose control of what's going on. Okay. Who said it's the same app icon? DJ. DJ in Japanese. Let's see. Does this take you to the same app? I'm going to use my phone, go on the QR code, and here we go. New edition is on its way. This takes you to accept cookies. This takes you to the 40K website, and yeah, okay, cool. So not a whole lot of super exciting new stuff there, but 40K website. Following pages, blah blah blah. Nice. This is one thing I do always appreciate about like these rule books, and why I'm a little bit sad that like the codices and the core rules don't do this as much. Is this like this just looks cool for people who are like relatively like new to the game, or yeah, in particular, like this is you show this to someone and this looks amazing, right? You show this to someone and they'll be like, that looks cool. I want those guys. And this is something that I do kind of miss quite a bit about the codices, and having like the lore drops and all the cool like paint stuff inside them. Do we know if the data slates still apply? No idea. I expect a lot of them will get redone. I expect a lot of the things that we have in 10th edition that have been like changed will be like made official. But from what I can tell, there's still a lot of questions on how like sequencing is going to be done in 11th edition. I have not yet seen anything about like the difference between after and just after and when and each time and like what order these things are supposed to go in. I, you know, so I think a lot of people have been just assuming it's the same as in 10th edition, but I do expect that we will not have 3-inch deep strike. I think 3-inch deep strike will be absolutely nuts in the new edition based on the limited bit that I've played. But anyway, all right, basic rules. Go ahead and start talking about it. Armies 1.1. Each player plays armies. Wow. If a rule refers to a controlling player, it is referring to the player who controls the models being affected by that rule. Fair enough. A unit can contain one or more models. Yep. Rules sometimes affect friendly or enemy. So this is interesting. Like right away, they're already giving us like actual rules. Because I remember, you know, in the 10th edition core rulebook, can I still pull that up actually? Core rules. Yeah, like this was not super helpful. Core concepts. This, like this, the equivalent rules here between like the two sides are pretty different. Like this is immediately giving some like rules, like relevant rules. If a player refers to the controlling player, it's referring to the player who controls the models being affected by that rule. Whereas here, it's just like, it's just your stuff. You have an army. You do the thing. So that's already different. Unit can contain one or more models. Rules sometimes affect friendly or enemy. Friendly models, units and models are those in your army. Enemy units and models are those in your opponent's army. If rule affects units or models without specifying that they are friendly or enemy, that rule affects any unit or model regardless of whose army they are. When an effect or ability applies to a unit, it applies to every model in that unit. Okay, so that's good. One of the interesting things here, I naturally have the kind of mind that will like look through this and see what it doesn't say. It doesn't say anything about allies. And so there's oftentimes like there's always been questions along the way of what happens when you're playing like a 2v2, right? Do the rules for my army affect the rules for like my teammates? And this doesn't say anything about that, so it's like again not directly coming through. What's up, Plastic Fork? It's good to see you. All right, active player and opposing player. At any given time, one player is the active player and their opponent is the opposing player. Fair enough. Which player is which changes throughout the battle, but both players are always one or the other. Whenever a player becomes the active player, their opponent becomes the opposing player and vice versa. And we have the little doggy. I'm going to show him off before we get too far into this. Come here, buddy. This is Bailey. He's my little Muppet. Ugh. Hi, dude. You gotta look at the camera. I know. But whenever you hear the dog barking, this is the little buddy who's doing it. I'm dangerously leaning back in the chair right now, Bailey, so you have to be a little bit careful. You can't squirm around too much. But you're yelling right now. You need to calm down a little bit, dude. All right, we're gonna put you back down, bud. He's small enough that, you know, I have to remind him that he's little a lot of the time. Right? Hi, dude. Okay. Each time a unit is selected to move, that unit's controlling player is the active player until that move ends. Oh, following exceptions. Okay, active player, so whenever you're doing a move on your opponent's turn, each time a unit is selected to shoot or selected to fight, that unit's controlling player is the active player. So yeah, whenever you do a thing, you become the active player. Avoiding the dog kiss. I don't want him to licking up the microphone too much. Alright, measuring distances. Distances in Warhammer measured in inches. Quotation mark. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. You can measure distances whenever you want to. Alright, so again, codifying that pre-measuring is a thing. When a rule refers to a model's position in relation to anything else on the battlefield, unless otherwise stated, measure to or from the closest part of that model's base. Now, I have seen that there is the equivalent of hole. It's called frame, I think, in the new edition. The mop. Yeah, I generally call him the Muppet a lot of the time, but, you know, you will probably hear him. He might come back. So closest part of the model's base. So again, no measuring to like the wings or stuff. You're measuring to the base, unless it has the frame keyword, which I'm sure we'll come up to later. Dice, you require 6-sided dice, often abbreviated to D6. There are many ways dice rolls are referred to, including 2+, 3+, and so on. 2+, yes, yes. 3+ means rolls of 3 or more, etc. 1 to 3, 4 to 6. Any result within the specified range will interact with the rules stated. It might have been like a little bit more accurate to say within the specified range inclusive, so including 4 and 6, but you know, we know what this means. This is the kind of thing where only the most pedantic of people will question this. 2d6, 3d6, and so on. Roll the stated number of d6 and add the individual values together. Roll 2d6, add the values. Cool. d3, 1, roll 1d6 and have the result rounding up. Does that break anywhere? If roll 1 is 1/2, round up is 1. Yeah, okay. Seems like it works. d6 plus 1, 2d6 plus 3, and so on. Roll the stated number of dice and add the stated value to the results. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Frame is a keyword on models now. Yep. Leadership roles. To make a leadership role for a unit, its controlling player rolls 2d6, which we have defined up here. The result is equal to or greater than one or more the leadership characteristics in that unit. That roll succeeds. Otherwise, that roll fails. The rule that instructed you to make the leadership roll will describe the effects of that roll succeeding or failing. Nice. Battle shock rolls. To make a battle shock roll for a unit, its controlling player makes a leadership roll for it. See above. If that roll succeeds, the unit does not become battle shocked. If that roll fails, the unit and each model in it is battle shocked. When a unit is battle shocked, objective control characteristic of all its models is modified to dash. This controlling player cannot target the unit's stratagems. It is not eligible to start an action, and any action it has started cannot be completed. So this is actually a big deal. This does affect things like sabotage, where sabotage, there were not a ton of actions that were still like relevant in your opponent's turn, because like almost all of them, like your cleanse and later your recover assets and stuff, would, you know, you didn't care if you were battle shocked at the end. You only cared if you were battle shocked at the beginning, and then sometimes you would care about like how much objective control you'd have. But this would specify now that something like sabotage does not complete if you become battle shocked in the middle of it. It's going to be huge if Doomsday and Raiders don't get framed. That's true. I very much expect that they will get framed. But Battlefield Morale. This is basically flavor text. Okay, cool. Each unit has a data sheet. Explains how it functions in battle. Here we'll learn how data sheets. Blah blah blah. Data sheet name. Here we'll find the name of the unit. Does it give us an example? It does. Okay. Profiles. Move. It has a characteristic of dash. It cannot be set up. It can be set up, but otherwise cannot be moved. Model's resilience. Save. Presented as a dice result. This indicates protection. Yep. Invulnerable save. Invented as a dice result. Some models are protected by esoteric means, in addition to physical armor such as force fields or preternatural reflexes. Not all models have an invul save characteristic, but if they do, it will be listed here. Okay. Wounds. Did it have an example? Did it say? Didn't. I guess it's 2. So it doesn't show, but I'm assuming it's basically the same. Objective control. How if a model has an OC characteristic of dash, it is unable to control objectives at all. So this is actually a pretty big deal. Again, as well, especially like in the context of guard, but a couple other armies would do this as well. Generally, the way that modifiers for the OC had previously worked is Battleshock would set your OC to 0. If you had something like a regimental standard or a flag that would increase your OC by 1, you'd go to OC 0, and then you'd become OC 1. I have to insert a word without anyone noticing. Um, Et voila. All right, we'll see. We'll see if I can work that in at some point. I used to do that a lot when I was doing like more broadcast stuff, like doing League of Legends. We would oftentimes, my buddy and I, if anybody knows Kangas, he does a lot more. It's no longer called LTA. It's back to LCS. If anyone knows Kangas, he and I were really, really good friends. Are really good friends. We still talk fairly often. We would sometimes give each other challenges, like you have to insert this word or phrase into the broadcast at some point. And the more naturally you could do it, the better it would be. All right, anyway, abilities. Mini units have abilities that may apply during the game. These will be described here. Cool. Weapons have the following characteristics. Range. How far range weapons can shoot. Weapons with an R characteristics of melee are melee weapons. Fair enough. Attacks. How many attack dice are used each time this weapon is used. Ballistic skill presented as a dice result. Weapon skill presented as a dice result. Yep. Strength. Armor penetration presented as a modifier to a dice roll. The larger the modifier, the better the weapon is at cutting through the target's defenses. Damage. Woohoo. Keywords. Dash sheets have a list of keywords separated into faction and other keywords. The former are used when deciding which models to include in your army, but otherwise, both are functionally the same. Keywords appear in full capitals in keyword bold. I love how that's like a, you know, like this is its own font once again. Some rules are linked to one or more keywords. For example, a rule might say that it applies to infantry units. This means that it only applies to units that have the infantry keyword. Singular and plural instances of the same keyword function in the same way. Okay. I do wonder, because like one of the big things that we did see in 10th edition was things like chaining keywords, like, you know, Astra Militarum Infantry, where you'd have like the faction keyword and then the more specific keyword, and then you could like chain them in certain ways. I wonder if, you know, they don't say exactly how that works, but until otherwise noted, I'm going to assume it's the same. Unit composition and other rules. This section details the number and types of models in the unit. Each of those models will have one set of default war gear, which will be listed here. It may also list other rules, such as which units a leader can join or which units can embark within a transport. Cool, that is section 6. Yeah, makes sense. I'm not showing the back, so they're going to try and keep it all on one page. That probably won't happen very often. War gear. Some data sheets have a list of war gear options when you include. Yep. Okay, so this is more or less all the same. The big thing again, objective control going to dash, as opposed to going to 0 when you're battle shocked is a big deal. And becoming battle shocked, meaning you cannot complete an action if you started one, is, those are the big changes so far. Okay, moving units. There are several types of moves a unit can make. Each one defines which units are eligible to make it, what its maximum distance or setup distance is, and any conditions that must be met. So I do know that like coming in from reserves has been changed. It is now called an Ingress move, which I'm sure we'll be talking about very soon. Each time you move a unit, you can move one or more of its models, one at a time by moving in a straight line and or rotating it as many times as you want to. Each time you move a model, unless otherwise stated, it can be moved through friendly models. Okay. It can be moved through any space its base can fit through. Okay, so that's again once about the overhanging thing that we were seeing with like monsters and walkers. On the topic of chaining keywords, what about having the word in your part of the keyword? I don't know. It's probably the same thing as it currently exists, but that's also probably something that'll come out in the supplemental PDF, which is coming out soon. Soon, TM. Its base cannot be moved through enemy models. Its base cannot cross the edge of the battlefield. Okay, so far this is the same. All stated while moving conditions must be met. Okay. Like with Yark and Graves with the new about the new Commissar thing, probably having the word in your part of the keyword. That'll probably continue to like not be a thing, but I don't know. That's definitely something that they can change. I don't know what other places. Is the new Titus like Captain Titus or something? Like maybe he becomes a captain. I'm actually really curious now that you bring that up, so I'm going to look it up. Titus. Titus does say his name is Captain Titus in the rules. Um, but he does have both the Captain and Titus keywords. So, that's an interesting thing. Whereas if you look at something like Commissar Graves on foot does not have the Commissar keyword. She just has Commissar Graves on foot, all as one keyword. Yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah. I'm going to assume that until I know otherwise, that it's probably Commissar Graves does not have the Commissar keyword, which I think is unfortunate, but you know. All right, moving models in a straight line. Each time you move a model in a straight line, move it horizontally across the battlefield. Measure from the same point on its base at the start and end of that move, and add that distance to any other distance as moved since its unit began that move. The distance cannot be greater than the maximum distance of that move type. Makes sense. Rotating a model. Each time you rotate a model, turn it any amount around the center of its base while keeping it upright. So again, if you have a circle base that doesn't do anything, note that rotating a model does not count towards the distance it has moved. So this is actually a really big deal with some things. So I don't have anything on a base handy right now, but I do have like a easy example of like a oval base. So normally, like if you move like this up and down like this, and you can move like an inch or 2 inches or whatever, that is just an inch. However, one of the really big things that does change is when you go like this. I don't have like the numbers off the top of my head. Let's take a look. Rough Rider. What's up? What's up, Bailey? These guys are on bases that are 60 by 35. So the distance from the center to the long edge is 30, and the distance from the center to the short edge is like 17. So you can kind of gain like 13 millimeters of movement just by rotating around the center like this, which is kind of a lot. That's almost half an inch that you can gain. That does become like a little bit awkward. And this is obviously like not the biggest example of this, but things like the Doomsday Arc, right, which are like I don't know. I'm gonna guess they're like 7 inches long. They're pretty long models, and they're like 3 inches wide. So when you do the rotate, you're actually gaining like 2 inches of movement or something silly like that. Which I, having played this a couple of times, it has led to some not great interactions, shall I say. It's the fact that something like a Rogel Dorn, which again, I have one handy here. This is one I actually recently bought from a friend, and the gun is magnetized. But like, whenever you do like this, so the other big thing is a lot of the time, um, people will look at this and be like, yeah, the center of the tank is like here, right? But it's kind of not. The center is actually like closer to here, and so when you do your rotates, it is very very awkward on like doing it, and I think it's going to lead to a lot of situations where people are going to be rotating in like weird incorrect ways, but people already rotate incorrectly all the time now, so like I don't know, it's very odd. Knights love the pivot changes, I can imagine. Yeah, don't worry, Smeagol. I'm not like, you know, there's nothing like super important that I'm going to be showing you like this. Um, so yeah, this rotating thing is interesting. I am curious to see how long this survives. I do think that the pivot rules in 10th were actually, in general pretty good. I think they were pretty robust. I think there were a couple things that were a little bit silly, but now one of the big things that I already do, do I have anything? Sure. Um, I have like this is the model I use for Nork. So whenever I have Nork, I don't generally measure or like draw a line of sight to like the tip of his spear. I will generally just like hey, for both ways, unless I'm intentionally like drawing line of sight with the tip of his spear. Let's just assume it's the actual base because otherwise it becomes very dumb. and then we kind of go from there. But now that becomes like a slightly bigger deal with things like vehicles and stuff, where it's like, oh, this is the optimal way to have rotated. And I don't know, I have mixed feelings about how that's actually going to work. I really want to see the healing clarification whether it allows characters to be brought back. That is a good question. It's another good question. Anyway, ending a move. After you finish setting up all of the models in a unit and are moving all the models in a unit that you want to move, check that all the following apply. That unit on the battlefield is in coherency. Okay, so you do check again coherency at the end of every move. No models in that unit are on another model or part way through a surface of a terrain feature, like a wall or a ceiling. Okay, yeah, so you still can't put things under walls that are too short if you have models that are too tall. All stated after moving conditions are met. Okay, yeah, makes sense. So none of this is weird. If one or more of the above conditions are not met, that unit cannot make that move and its models are returned to their positions at the start of the move. So this is, of course, one of the big things. And one of the reasons why I love having like spare bases or like dead models is simply being like, okay, so we know that this is where the models are right now. I'm going to take an identical unit. So like, I have a unit of 5 Krieg Engineers. The 5 Krieg Engineers already died. And so I can just like use their models and be like, hey, we're going to measure from where they currently are and measure to where I would like them to potentially be able to go without moving the original models, so we can, do it very easily. Especially if people are playing Imperial Knights or Chaos Knights or something like Angron or Magnus, I very strongly encourage people to have like spare bases just ready to go in order to be like, hey, I want it to stand here. That way I can, move things around without having to like move the original thing. Can you turn up your mic sensitivity? I've got you maxed out in the work truck. I mean, I can try. I've turned up quite a bit so far. But I will do what I can for you, Mr. Patrick. Um, if this becomes too loud for people, I'm going to turn it up a couple more decibels. So, okay, let me know if anyone. I've set myself up to be nearly twice as loud at this point. Everything is maxed out on my side. So if I'm too loud for anybody now, let me know. Cheese Master, jumping ahead, does the battle shock timing now mean the unit is already battle shock going to command phase is unable to get ordered? I think so, but that's how I was playing it in my games yesterday, but I'm not 100% sure on how that works. We'll get to it. Okay, if one or more, so go back to the original spot. Otherwise, after resolving any additional rules stated in the after moving section of that move type, that move ends. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Moving in a straight line, move maximum distance of 6. Yep, yeah, okay, that makes sense. This is how it currently works. Rotating, this model can move a maximum distance of 12. It moves in a series of straight lines and rotations as follows. Move 6, rotates, move 6, rotates. This model has moved a total of 12. Models without a base are rotated around their central axis. See frame 17.02. So we'll get to that later. Okay, moving. If you cannot set up a unit, this section explains how to set up your units on the battlefield. Doing so as a result of a move type. If you have to return a unit's models to their previous positions because it's not possible, the unit has not been selected to move. Makes sense. This means it can be selected to make a move later, so could either attempt another setup or remain stationary. Okay. Before your units can move and make attacks, they will first need to be set up on the battlefield. Yep, this most commonly happens when deploying your army for battle, but can happen for other reasons as well. Whenever a rule instructs you to set up a unit, place its models on the battlefield so that the unit is in coherency, the unit is unengaged, all the requirements and restrictions are met. So again, this is interesting because I know that there are some positions in the setting up, especially coming out of transport, where I believe you can just disembark from a transport directly into combat if you wanted to. Maybe you have to. That's actually a really interesting question. We'll get into that when we look at destroy transports in here. If you cannot set up all the models in a unit, remove that. If you cannot set up all of the models in a unit, remove that unit from the battlefield and return it to its original position. Interesting. Okay. So this is basically saying you can't set up partial units. That was a big thing in 9th edition, actually, where you could be like, I'm going to put this unit here. However, because not all of them can fit, I'm going to kill these 3 models out of the unit so that the rest of the unit can fit. And this was something that you would do a lot with Scions, actually. It's like, hey, I can fit like 7 of them, and I'm going to kill the 3 Lasguns in order to shoot you with my plasmas and melt this. Okay, coherency. Coherency prevents models in the same unit from becoming too separated from each other while on the battlefield, ensuring that they are set up and end every kind of move as a single group. Okay, so this is one of the big things that I've been seeing a lot of memes about. I expect that, you know, coherency will still require all of your models to be together at the same time, but I've seen like, it's like a featherless biped versions of coherency. Okay. A unit that contains more than one model must be set up and end any kind of move in coherency. A unit is in coherency while both the following apply to every model in that unit: within 2 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically of at least one other model in that unit, within 9 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically of every other model in that unit. So again, this is, I don't think it's been defined yet in this rulebook, but 5 inches horizontally or 9 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically is like a cylinder. So it just goes like, just like a cylinder. At least that's how it worked in 10th. I expect it'll probably still be how it works in 11th. But really important thing here is, again, it doesn't specify that it has to be a single group. This is the only thing that says single group. I'm expecting that this is, very much an oversight. And we'll go from there. In the end of turn step of each player's turn, if one or more units on the battlefield are not in coherency, those units controlling players must remove models from them one at a time until they are in coherency again. So this again, goes back to being a single group, because otherwise this just doesn't make sense, or at least because you can't end a move out of coherency, and at the end of the turn, if you were to pull in such a way, like the only way that you would be out of coherency with the I'm going to call it the featherless biped version of coherency, is if there's just like one model off by itself. Models removed in this way are destroyed, but they do not trigger rules that apply when a model is destroyed. Okay, so this is actually fairly interesting. I'm going to pull up Paint really quick. Oop, yeah, there's that. So one of the things that you can do in 10th edition that I'm not sure everybody here, let's see, is this too big? Okay. So one of the things that you used to be able to do in 10th is, let's say you had a unit of, a bunch of models over here, okay? And what you would do is, what you could do is, I've heard it called like Dorito coherency, but the idea is, let's say you've got a bunch of dudes, and you have like here, and you end like this, where this is 2 and this is 2. And what would happen is, let's say like you're in combat with with a guy here, okay? What you would do is, when this came in and killed you, the first casualty that you could take would be this one, all right? And then it would make it such that this model is not in coherency because it needed to be within 2 of 2. It's only within 2 of one friend. Only one friend. So that means that this guy is sad. He doesn't have enough friends. And so what you could do about this is you could then kill this model and this model and this model first, so that this is not in engagement range with anything, and then you could kill this model. This seems like it kind of still works. The big difference about it, about how it's changed now, is if you have models that are like this, where this was 2 and this was 2, killing off this model does not. This guy is still happy because he doesn't need 2 friends. He just needs 1 friend. So it does change your ability to do this coherency trick that was a pretty big deal for playing things like Genestealer Cults or Recon Guard or anything that was running like 20 mens in any real way, especially if it had like regen or was like Awakened Dynasty Necrons. Also, hello, Colcast. You can send special messages. Hello, chat. Thank you for being a member. 2 months. Good to see you again. But yeah, so this thing doesn't work. I think in order to do this same trick that you want to do before, where you were trying to get out of coherency, you need to kill off these guys, or rather, you need to kill off this guy so that this guy goes from being happy to sad, where he does not have enough friends and he gets lonely. So that is an interesting change about how coherency works because you just need to be within 2 of at least 1. I have heard rumblings on the internet where some people think that this is too restrictive, and they want to do like larger things for larger model units. I don't think that's a necessary change, but it might be something that is happening. Kriegers for the win can still be battle shocked and have orders with the command squad. Potentially true, yes. We will see if that. There's a lot of changes. I'm expecting a lot of points changes to things coming up. So of course, as always, it will depend on how many points things cost. Okay, engagement. A model's engagement range is the area of the battlefield within 2 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically of it. So this was actually a really big change. One of the big parts of this is when I was playing when I was playing my games yesterday, my opponent and I were consistently finding that this was both way more restrictive in the movement phase, but incredibly generous in the fight phase. See a lot of what they brought out at the end of 10th being more favorable for 11th and be affected by strats. Yes, it is very possible. A lot of the stuff that has come out recently makes a lot more sense in the context of 11th edition than it does in the context of 10th edition. Drop basilisk points, please. Maybe. We'll get to it, but indirect fire is not good right now in 11th edition. Okay. While a friendly model, not unit, is within engagement range of one or more enemy models, those models, and therefore the units they belong to, are engaged with each other. While the unit contains no engaged models, that unit is unengaged. Cool, this makes sense. So again, 2 inches horizontally, and then movement, it doesn't say. It doesn't inherently say that you can't be engaged in this. I need Hidden explain to me more. We will get there, Saints Warcry. Do not worry. We're still fairly early. Okay, so currency. So this again shows that everything is within 2, and this is one unit. Everything. Actually, let's pull up the epic pen. Where's my pen? So as you can see, yeah. So is all one network of things. Cool. Nice. All right, go back. Engagement. These two units have at least one model within 2 inches of the opposing unit and are therefore engaged with each other. Yep, within 2 inches. Within 2 inches. Makes sense. A weapon cannot substitute for zeal. Nice. Okay. So interestingly, they did not talk about normal moves or anything like that yet. It's just here is how moving models works in general, which I think is probably a more robust system, but we'll go ahead and figure that out as we go. For each weapon in the attacking unit, select which weapons that model will make attacks with. Models make range attacks with ranged weapons and make melee attacks with melee weapons. Crazy. That is, that is true. While shooting, you can select one or more ranged weapons that model has, and while fighting, you must select one melee weapon that model has. So again, notice you can shoot every gun, and you can choose to not shoot every gun, but while fighting, you must select one melee weapon. So it looks like fighting is still compulsory. Model that does not have any ranged weapons cannot make ranged attacks. Model that does not have any melee weapons cannot make melee attacks. Okay? Selecting targets. For each weapon selected, select one enemy. While shooting, select one enemy unit to be the target of that weapon. Unless otherwise stated, each target must be visible to the model that has that weapon, within range of that weapon, and unengaged. Okay, so this is still the same. You cannot split attacks while shooting by weapon, or like within a weapon. So if you have a heavy bolter, you can't put one shot of it over there and 2 shots of it over there. You would need 2 different heavy bolters in order to do that. While fighting, select one or more enemies to be the targets of that weapon. Each target must be engaged with that model that has that weapon. You cannot select more targets than that weapon's attacks characteristic. Yeah, okay, so this seems to be about the same. Selecting targets when shooting or fighting, you can select different targets for each weapon. If you cannot select a target for a weapon, or if you choose not to select a target for a ranged weapon, the model with that weapon will not make attacks with it. Yeah, so you still don't do that. Sidearms. Some models are equipped with close quarters weapons in addition to other firearms. Such models can be an exception to the rules in this section, as you may not be able to select all of their weapons. Okay, so just saying, okay, there's an exception to this. Alright. Smeargle, I always forget. Grim Determination roll would have won me a game once if I did. It is very powerful. I will very intentionally, or at least I used to, or would, probably still will, leave models dead in order to make sure I get the +1 to hit. And sometimes +1 to wound, but usually +1 to hit. Especially if I have 2 models dead, and be like, I'm going to revive one of them, and therefore this unit will continue to get like the bonus movement, and also I will be able to do it again later. Okay, resolving attacks. Resolving appears to be compulsory. Shooting appears does not look like shooting is compulsory because you can select. Like once you have declared your targets, it looks like you can't stop shooting from there. But yeah, appears non-compulsory. Okay, yes, agreed, agreed. Resolve attacks. Resolve attacks using the following sequence. Select enemy unit. Select one of the enemy units targeted by one or more of the weapons. Gather attack dice. Select one weapon targeting that unit that has not yet been used to make attacks. Select one weapon targeting that unit. Okay, yep. And gather a number of d6 equal to that weapon's attack characteristic. These are attack dice. Each one represents one attack being made by an attacking model with that weapon. If one or more other weapons targeting that unit make identical attacks to the selected weapon, see below, and those weapons have not yet been used to make attacks against that target, they do so now, and you gather those weapons' attack dice as well. For 3 weapons making identical attacks, each from the attack characteristic of 2, gather a total of 66. Okay, identical attacks. Identical attacks are those that have the same ballistic skill, war weapon skill, strength, AP, and damage characteristics, and which are affected by the same applicable abilities and rules. So this is really important. So one of the things that has come up, it comes up every now and then. It was a little bit more um, it was a little bit more gray when you were actually looking at 10th edition versus 11th edition. Um, is something like the Cadian Castellan had a plasma pistol, and that plasma pistol was ballistic skill 3, but the rest of your plasma in the unit was ballistic skill 4. And whether or not you could like split it into like a different bucket, like when you're rolling, was a little bit up in the air. Whereas now it is very clearly not identical, so you could roll the one plasma pistol in a separate bucket should you choose to, because it has a different ballistic skill than the rest of them. Okay, resolve attack dice. Resolve the attack sequence 05 for all the attack dice you just gathered. Other attacks follow the first instructions below that applies. If there are any weapons starting the same unit that have not yet been used to make attacks, return to the gather attack dice step. Otherwise, so you do have to finish. If you're shooting one target, all of the weapons have to go into that target before you can go to a different target. Otherwise, if there are any weapons with unresolved attacks targeting a different unit, return to the select enemy unit step. Oh, okay. Here, okay. I wish this was bold. That would have been a little bit nice, but that's fine. Otherwise, if all weapons have been used to make all their attacks, the sequence ends and the attacking unit's attacks have been resolved. Okay, nice. Fast saves, defensive groups does not specify toughness. That is interesting. We will get to that in a moment. Okay. Attack sequencing. Whenever models make attacks, we'll follow the sequence detailed in the section to find out if they inflict damage. Each time this attack, the active player is instructed to resolve the attack sequence. They follow the steps below. In each step, if there is more than one dice to roll, make all of those rolls simultaneously. If an attack fails or inflicts damage, the sequence ends for that attack. When all attacks have either failed or inflicted damage, the sequence ends and those attacks have been resolved. Long shot. Yo, does the 2-inch and 9-inch coherence meme work? I'm going to say that as of right now, yes. However, and this is a very big however, I do not expect it to work by the time the game is released on the 20th. So, like, if you want to play a couple of games between now and the 20th where you can do, like, the coherency meme, I can't stop you. However, I will just say I don't expect it to work, in 2 weeks. So, you know, do with that information what you will. Okay. Hit rolls. Make one hit roll for each attack dice by rolling a d6. For each result, check if it fails or is a hit by matching the first condition below it applies. Did you roll a 1? It's a fail. Did you roll a 6? It's a hit. It's a critical hit. Equal to or greater than that attack's ballistic skill or weapon skill characteristic, a hit. Otherwise, it fails. Okay, yeah, so this is the same as it was. Critical hits are still hits, and critical wounds are still wounds. In addition, other rules can be triggered by a critical hit or critical wound, such as lethal hits and devastating. Okay. Make one wound roll. Yeah, it will be. It'll definitely be corrected, but you know, I don't see anything currently released that says or that like is like hard. This is how it needs to work. It's just like the almost like flavor text or like help text is like the only thing that says it so far. So you know, make a wound roll. An unmodified 1 fails. An unmodified 6 critical wound equal to or greater than the result below. Strength is twice or more than twice the toughness. A 2. Strength is greater than the toughness. A 3. Strength is equal to the toughness of 4. Strength is less. A 5. Strength is half or less than half. A 6. So yeah, this is still the same. This still works the same. And then yeah, the result fails. Okay, cool. Save rolls. The opposing player resolves the following sequence. Okay. Divide all models in the target unit into the following groups as many times as required. One group for each character model. Okay, we're gonna start drawing this up. Delete. Okay. So we're going to say this is character 1, and this is character 2. And then we have 3 dudes, 1 wound, 1 wound, 1 wound, and then somehow we have 2 with 2 wounds. Okay. All right. So you would have to um ah. So this is 1. This is 2. This is 3. And this is 4. Okay, so we've made our groups. Same wounds, save, and invul save. Okay. Allocation order. Declare the order in which those groups will have attacks allocated to them, applying all of the following. If a non-character group contains a model that has lost 1 or more wounds, that group must be first. So if one of these has taken 1, then this would have to be the first one. Okay. No character group can be earlier in the allocation order than a non-character group. Okay, so these have to be last. So you could do 3, 4, 2, 1, or 3, 4, 1, 2. These would both work. Okay. Character groups containing a model that has lost 1 or more wounds must be earlier in the allocation order than character groups containing no wounded models. Okay. So if one of these was injured, you would have to do that one first. So this is fairly similar. Make save rolls. The opposing player makes 1 save roll for each attack that wounded the target by rolling 1d6. Okay. All right. The opposing player resolves the following sequence for each save roll, working from the lowest results to the highest results, until all attacks are resolved or all models in the target unit are destroyed. In the latter case, any excess attacks are lost. Select a model. Select a model in the current allocation group. See right. Okay, so it's just like, here's the thing. Okay. Check the save roll. For each roll, check if that attack inflicts damage or fails by matching the first condition below that applies. Okay, so again, let's go in and let's say that we rolled a bunch of dice. We rolled 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s, and 2 6s. That's a funny 6. Okay. Working from the bottom, select a model. So we would say like, hey, we're gonna do group 3 first. For each result, check if that attack inflicts damage. Unmodified 1 inflicts damage. Vulnerable save. The models in the current allocation have an invulnerable save characteristic, and the result is equal to or greater than that characteristic. Save an AP. After modifying the result by the attacking AP's weapon's AP characteristic is equal to or greater than the save characteristic of models in the current group. So same thing. If you save any other result inflicts damage. If the attack inflicts damage, selected model loses a number of wounds equal to that attack's damage characteristic. If this reduces that model's remaining wounds to 0 or fewer, it is destroyed. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Dorianish. Steel Spider. Hey, Joshi, does Recon Element still keep the 10th edition benefit of cover roll because the attachment itself says we get +1 to save if already in cover? As far as I can tell, yes. Until we have changes or until we see an update to the detachments, it would work where you always are -1 ballistic skill, and then if you have benefit of cover again, you would then get +1 to save. So it still works, and it might be better. It's kind of hard to say because a lot of things, it probably actually makes you more durable, to be entirely honest. But that's something we can get to in a bit. Okay, so then we would take this and we would choose to allocate to group 3 first. We would say this one is lower than our save, so it kills this guy. And then we do the same thing. This one kills this guy. This one kills this guy. Then we would go to group 4. We'll say these two kill this. And then these two kill this. And then this one, we'll say it does a wound here. So if this guy has like a 5 up, then he would be down, he would be -1. And then the rest of these would save. Okay, so there's a little bit, it's like a little bit less intuitive, but one of the important things about this is, of course, is that you have to do non-character, you have to do the, what do you call it? No character group can be early in the allocation order for the non-character group. So one of the big things about this then is, as we kind of look at it, when we're making a group, the group, same number of wounds, same save, and same invul save. So when we do this, let's say we have a command squad, a Castellan, and we've attached an Ogryn bodyguard, and then we have a Castellan, and then we have 20 dudes. So one of the really important things about this is the dudes in here and these dudes would be in the same allocation group because they have the same number of wounds, which is 1, the same save, and the same lack of invul. So then the groups for the big casting group would be 20 dudes plus most of the command squad. And then your other groups would be the Ogryn, the Cadian Commander, and the Cadian Castellan. So these would be 3 separate groups, and importantly, this all comes before, or this all comes after the medic, because the medic is in this group here. So it does make the Ogryn Bodyguard and Nork like way less interesting in that regard, because they cannot. One of the big things that we would oftentimes do is we would use. I don't know why I drew that circle. What we used to be able to do is, in the group's parlance, we would have 20 dudes, and then as soon as the 20th dude was dead, it would be like, next we will take it on the Castellan, and then we would take it on, we could either take it, I'll say the three glups. So this is your flag, Vox, and gun. And then you could take it on the commander. And then you would take it on the Ogryn bodyguard. And then you would take it on the medic. Because as we all know, this is the most important thing for the Ogryn bodyguard to be protecting. However, this doesn't work anymore because this has to be in this group and this has to be in that group as well. So it is a lot harder to protect the medic in all of our command squads, which does change like some value there. We need a character medic. I mean, that would be cool. Maybe we'll get Minka-Lesk as like a actual thing. Whatever her Hell's Last, I think it's called. Okay, so we do have to change that. Solid damage still works the same thing. Red unit is attacking. Blue unit is selected as a target. Unit is visible. Blah blah blah. There's only one enemy unit being targeted. 5 attack dice. Yep. Resolve. Is there anything interesting about this? Okay, attacking attached units. So I think they showed this one on Warcom already. The red unit is attacking. The following weapons are selected to make attacks with, blah, blah, blah. Resolve attacks. There's only one enemy being targeted, so the attacking player now gathers attack dice. I decide to resolve the heavy bolter attacks first, which have... Okay. So the defending player can choose to switch groups. I think you can switch groups after each weapon is done. So we did the groups. We'll have attacks allocated to them, applying all the following. The first group in the allocation order begins as the current group. Once becomes the current one. Okay. But this happens after wound rolls? Okay. Create groups. So we've done the thing. Divides it into groups. Select next group of attack dice and repeat. So this is still a little bit unclear to me, to be entirely honest. What I think you can do is I think you can choose to take wounds on something, or you can do, if you don't have any injured models, you can switch groups between weapon being rolled, I think. But I do wish this was a little bit more clear, and they would just say that they can do that at some point. I know this is supposed to be like the easier version in order to get like newer people into the game, into the community, and let them do it quickly. But for more competitive players, it's like I think this is how it works, but it's again still something that needs a little bit more clarity for the rest of us. Okay, other concepts, visibility. And how far are we in? We are page 24 of 88, so we're about a third of the way through. All right, line of sight is used to determine visibility between models. For an observing model to have line of sight, it must be possible to draw an imaginary straight line 1 millimeter wide. So millimeter is, again, very small for any of my American viewers. Where is my stuff? Oh, it's right here. I don't want to get out of tape measure, but a millimeter is very small. For any part of that model to any part of the model being observed, this line is the line of sight. While doing so, other models in the observing models unit and in the observed models unit are ignored. So one of the things that's a little bit interesting is in 10th edition, the millimeter wide line of sight was not codified in the rules. It was, it was something that I've heard a lot of people say, but it was not in the 10th edition rules. And this is one of those, like, to me, this thing 1 millimeter wide feels like ties go to the defender kind of thing, or like ties go to the runner. Where if you don't, where it's like, oh, I have like the barest thing, you need to be like, yes, there's very clearly a line of sight between these two things. You can't be like, I'm going to, when you're not playing by intent, right? You need to be like, this very clearly has line of sight. Whereas if you don't say, I'm moving this in order to be able to see that, it needs to be like, yes, it is intentional that this can see that. It is intentional that this can see that. Therefore, when like you move this thing, when you say this can see that, if there's like, like the barest sliver, like maybe you just like, no, it needs to be like very obvious that you can see me. So that's like the only thing that it really feels like about this, because I really don't want to get into arguments with people like, ah, yes, it is less than 1 millimeter wide. Your laser is 2 millimeters thick. I wonder if my super green laser line is thicker than 1 millimeter. A lot of them are, yeah, because millimeters are very, very small. It's the kind of thing where like, I don't want to say no humans, but most humans cannot like actually see less than 1 millimeter thick. It's just like not. It's just not a human scale like measure of unit that you just use. Okay. Actually curious. Thickness of human fingernail in millimeters. A healthy human fingernail is between a quarter millimeter and 0.6 millimeters thick. So, It's a bit larger than a fingernail. Or maybe, depending on your fingernails, maybe very much larger than your fingernail. But either way, it's just like interesting. Yeah, it's just a very small unit measure. Okay. Other models units can be either visible or fully visible to the observing model, as shown opposite. Note that terrain applies additional rules to visibility. So we'll take a look at that in a moment. Yeah, take a look at it now. If any part of another model is visible to the observing model, that unit is visible. I, I really hate this tautological definition, but undo, get out of here. I don't want you. 2 fingernails. A 25 millimeter base is 25 millimeters wide. True. I got thick nails. Then Smeargle, yours might be a whole millimeter. Be proud of your thick nails. If every part of another model that is facing the observing model is visible to the observing model, so the only thing blocking visibility to any part of that other model is that model itself. That model is fully visible. So this is a problematic set of words, because in this example, the only thing blocking visibility to any part of that other model is that model itself. Because as we can see here, by this wording, this dude here, this dude is not fully visible because this dude is blocking. Because turns out this dude and this dude are different dudes. So that is a problem in the rules that I don't think it'll really come up, because it's the kind of thing where it's like, yes, the intent feels very obvious. However, this is a problem, and I'm curious if this will get amended in the upcoming rules commentary, or whatever they want to call it. Okay. If one or more models in a unit are visible to the observing model, that unit is visible. Unit fully visible. If every model unit is fully visible to the observing unit, that unit is fully visible. When determining this, the observing model can see through... Okay, so here it is. The observing model can see through other models in that unit. All right, so they did fix it here, more or less, but it's still like, ugh, this is... Ugh, not great. However, this does, of course, mean that, you can't necessarily... You would not be fully visible if there are intervening units in the way. Body block your dudes. Yeah, I'll see how much that comes up. Okay. So, visibility is still mostly the same. Yeah, the Baneblade rule does use that trick quite a bit. It is a big thing, but we'll see how much that affects, like, cover and things. Mortal wounds. Some attacks or rules inflict mortal wounds on units. Each time a unit suffers one or more mortal wounds, its controlling player must resolve the following sequence for each of those mortal wounds until either all of them have been inflicted or that unit is destroyed. Select a model. Select one model in that unit by following the first instruction below that applies. If a non-character model in that unit has lost one or more wounds, you must select that model. So you still have to, do damage to models until they die. Otherwise, if the unit contains one or more non-character models, you must select one of those models. Okay, so, characters have to come after non-characters. Otherwise, if one or more character models in the unit have lost one or more wounds, you must select one of those models. So again, things that are injured need to die before uninjured things. Otherwise, you must select one character model in that unit. Resolve damage. The selected model loses one wound. This reduces that model's remaining wounds to 0. It is destroyed. Mortal wounds and normal damage. Resolving attack dice. If those attacks inflict a mixture of both mortal wounds and normal damage, resolve all of the normal damage first, then resolve the mortal wounds afterwards. So can I fully hide my dude if I can cover them with a chimera? In theory, theoretically, one of those big things to keep in mind, though, is... Do I have a chimera handy? Kind of. Where's the other one? There it is. Is if this is on... Don't put this on my phone, because there is... Did a magnet come out? Awkward. But if this is, like, a flat surface... Here, I'll use this DVD. Like, there is space underneath there, but, like, this, there appears to, like, be no space. So you do have to be careful about, like, which direction your chimera... Alright. Please be less blurry. But, that's the idea. Something to keep in mind. Okay. Um, Hazard rolls. To make a hazard roll for a unit, roll 1d6. On a 1 or 2, that roll fails and that unit suffers 1 mortal wound, or 3 mortal wounds instead if each model in that unit is a monster or vehicle. If more than one hazard roll is required for a unit, roll them simultaneously. So this is interesting. This doesn't come up very often, but there is at least one example I can think of in Tyranids, if you have Zoanthropes plus the Neurotyrant, you have a mixture of monsters and non-monsters. So they would only take 1 model wound because not everything in the unit is a monster or vehicle. Free pivot move, true. The millimeter gap, I guess that's true. Yeah, so it makes it harder to like see through things, which might come up. Okay, um, nice. This looks nice. Demon, evil people, less evil people. Okay, the battle round. And their stuff looks like so nice. I mean, I guess it is their job to make stuff look really good, but it looks really pretty. Okay, start of the battle round. The Plasma Russes. This is true. So I played a game. One sec. I played a game because I'm just like really done with 10th edition in general. There's not a lot of value to me continuing to play it. I played a game last week. I guess it was last week at this point, where my opponent and I went to Reddit and we both found the first list that like a new player on Reddit was asking about. Hey, I have put together this list. Let me know what you think of it, and we can, and make some changes. And the list that I was running it had a Bane sword in it, which was very cool. And my opponent was running the Big Hunt orcs with like 2 kill rigs and a bunch of random stuff. But one of the big things that I was playing was I was playing a Luminous Executioner, the plasma one, and it had plasma cannons. And I was also running an Exterminator with plasma cannons. And firstly, by God, do I realize like I've been running Meltas on my Ressus for a long time, and playing the plasma cannons again was like, oh my gosh, this is don't run plasma because sometimes you just roll 2d3 and you roll 2 shots, whereas the Meltas you're always going to have those 4. But the other big thing is I did a total of 15 damage to my 2 Leman Russes just off of failed hazardous throughout the course of the game. It was like, oh my god, I did more damage to my own Russes than my opponent did throughout those games. It was just like, it's not good. And now, when you're going to be doing those hazardous rolls in 1s and 2s, like I legitimately probably would have killed both of my Russes if they was on 1s and 2s. It was really, really tough. Yeah. The game was so funny. Oh, I don't. Were you watching that game between Keaton and I? It was a very silly game. Truly a death befitting of an officer. Yeah, absolutely, just blowing yourself up. Like it might be a little bit better. It's kind of. I wonder if it makes it better with that one weird Hammer of the Emperor strat where you can like hazardous all of your own weapons in order to try and kill yourself. And then try and blow up. If you just like blew up on like a 5, like even like a 5, just like made the explosion more likely, you would see more play. But the stratagem is just like so weird. Anyway, Plasmon vehicles kind of seems dead. Yeah, there's not a ton of. Yeah, plasma sponsons. Maybe they're cheaper because I know like the war gear costs. I've been hearing a lot of people talking about like war gear costs coming back for like Russes and stuff like that. That could be a thing. Ah, yeah. I've watched the first part. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Start of the battle round. At the start of the battle round, players resolve rules that are triggered at the start of the battle round before progressing to player turn. So this is good that it is again a unique step in the game is the start of the battle round. Player turns. Both players now take 1 turn each. The same player always takes the first turn in each battle round. The mission you are playing will tell you which player this is. Once that player's turn is ended, their opponent takes their turn. Each turn consists of 7 parts. First, the start of turn step, then a series of 5 phases resolved in the order turn opposite, then the end of turn step. Okay, so this is nice again. One of the things that was a little bit nebulous that I think most people like agreed existed was that there was a thing that happened after the fight phase where it was the end of turn step. So having this codified is very nice. Any guesses on which attachments will have which missions? I mean, I have guesses. I just don't know. One of the big things about the detachments is if you think it does a certain thing, it probably does. Like the easy example for me, I'm going to guess that combined arms is take and hold. I'm going to guess that mechanized assault is disruption. I'm going to guess that hammer of the emperor is purge. I'm going to guess that recon is recon. And then what's the last one? Um, priority dis- oh priority assets. Which one will be priority assets? Bridgehead? Bridgehead might be no. Yeah, Bridgehead might be priority assets. Um, would siege? Siege would probably be take and hold. Grizzled maybe priority assets. Priority assets is like bad right now, by the way. Um, I'm guessing the new like smoke infantry, armored infantry is also probably disruption as a guess, but like those again, those are guesses. I do not know. Have not heard GW say anything about points, so kind of hesitant it might happen for War Gear. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I've heard a lot of rumors about like how points are might be working next edition. We haven't seen any of it. Grizzled feels like Purge. Grizzled might be Purge. I played in my two practice games. I guessed that Mechanized was Disruption, so I played it as that, and then I played Hammer of the Emperor as Purge, and I didn't even take like a extra detachment point in my Hammer game because like I'm not going to use legitimately any of the 1 point stuff that they showed us so far in the thing that I rolled. I guess I could have taken the whatever the smoke infantry and sentinels one is called, but I didn't take any of those. Or I took like some Krieg engineers, which technically could have done things. Did it? I don't think it would have come up at all. Anyway, we'll get through it. End of battle round. Rules that are triggered at the end of the battle round are resolved now in the following order. First resolve rules triggered at this point, other than mission rules. So you do like your scoring and stuff at the end. Both players then consult their mission. If one or both players have achieved any aspects of their mission that are triggered at this point, resolve them now. So yeah, you do everything else and then you score. Okay. The battle round then ends, and unless the battle ends, the next battle round starts. The mission you're so there is a interesting. So the game there is not. This reads to me that there's not a distinct end of game step so much as end of the fifth battle round step. Um, Yeah, interesting. The missions you're playing will tell you how many battle rounds to resolve before the battle ends. So start of turn, command, movement, shooting, charge, fight, end of turn, do the things. Okay, yeah. In the command phase, both players gain core CP, then you check the combat readiness of your forces and use any strategic level abilities you may have. And measures only melt to weapons that are added at points cost. It's possible. We'll see. And then you might still just take them anyway. I just... Hmm. Would you take heavy bolters? Just because they're free? I guess it depends. Like, maybe you make a tank cheaper by choosing to take heavy bolters. In general, we'll get points bumps. It's very possible. Okay. Rules are the start of the command phase are resolved now. So you do start of command phase before you gain your CP. Okay. Battle Shock. The active player must now make one Battle Shock roll for each unit of the army that fulfills one or both of the following conditions. That unit is currently Battle Shock. There is not an un-Battle Shock step. That unit is at or below half strength. If a unit was Battle Shocked at the start of this step and its Battle Shock roll during this step succeeds, it is no longer Battle Shocked. So that's the only core way to become un-Battle Shocked. Otherwise, it's going to have to be datasheet rules. Command abilities. Rules that are triggered in the command phase, including those that are triggered at the start or end of this phase when gaining core CP or by Battle Shock rolls, are resolved now. So, because of this, I don't remember who asked this question before, but Battle Shock, as it is currently written, if you are Battle Shocked on your opponent's turn, and then it becomes our turn, you are Battle Shocked, and if you fail the Battle Shock roll, you cannot get an order. But if you pass the Battle Shock, yeah, so there's not a way to order something duty and honor on our turn before they become Battle Shocked. You would have to have it beforehand. So duty and honor does become weaker. Yeah, it just becomes weaker. So I guess that pushes us even more towards move, move, move being even better than than it was just like comparatively than it used to be. End of command phase. Rules are triggered at the end of the command phase are resolved now in the following order. First, resolve rules triggered at this point rather than mission rules. and then you do your mission rules. Okay, so yeah. So again, everything, your scoring happens last, is basically what this says. Heavy bolter AP actually matters now, so it might be okay with long-range fire support tanks with the LRBT towing in. Yes, it might be better. Commissar stonks are up. Agreed. Maybe you want to disposition from a one detachment point detachment. Yes, I do think that is going to be a very big thing. So we will need to see what our 1 point detachments are. Astra Militarum faction focus. All right, what do we got? So we have add human auxiliaries. This, it's definitely not purge. It's probably not taken hold. It might be disruption. This one might be disruption, or this one might be recon. If it's recon, you might just take it just so that you have access to the recon disposition, because the recon disposition seems to be pretty good. Bridgehead, I'm going to guess this one is either disruption or priority assets. It's kind of their thing to go, mess stuff up behind enemy lines. It does not feel like a recon to me, so it's probably behind priority assets or disruption would be my guess. And then designation force, this is almost definitely recon. So if this one's recon, then this, I don't know what this one would be. Yeah, this one is the one that I'm less sure on. It might just be taken hold, to be honest. Also, no auto pass battle shock stratagem. Correct, because you are battle shocked at the time that you would need to test. So if you became below half and you're testing battle shock for the first time, you're okay, but you cannot use auto pass if you were battle shocked before the step. Gravestocks rising, maybe, yeah, it might be recon. Again, this one's guessing. This one I don't know. Yeah, this one I just don't know, because I don't think they'd give us 2 1 detachment point recons. But yeah, 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 it might be taken hold. It's just, I feel we're gonna have a lot of taken hold. Like as the guard, I feel like the guard fantasy sells taken hold as like the go-to disposition. However, I think it's gonna be okay. I think taken hold is gonna be fine. Okay. End of command phase. So a lot of this hasn't really changed. Again, battle shock happens before, and you have to take a battle shock if you are already battle shocked to see if you become unbattle shocked. Okay. All right. Battle shock examples. This unit has a starting strength of 3, and so is not at or below, but is currently battle shocked, so a battle shock roll must be made for it. If that roll succeeds, the unit will no longer be battle shocked. Cool. This unit has a starting strength of 10, has 5 models remaining, so is at half strength, and a battle shock roll must be made for it. So this, I thought it was very funny for most of the last edition, where if you had like units that were 2 models and they went down to 1 model, they just would never have to roll a battle shock check. So has a starting strength of 5, is 2, so is below, must roll. Vehicles, a starting strength of 1 and a wounds characteristic of 11, it has 3 wounds remaining, so it is below half strength, and a battle shock roll must be made for it. I hope they recodify what this means for below half strength for 1 wound things. It probably will. It just hasn't told us yet. Okay, movement phase. You're able to move each of your units across the battlefield. Reinforcements can also arrive in this phase to bolster your forces. The move unit step ends. The active player must have selected all of their units to make a move with, including those in strategic reserves. This means that before the phase ends, every unit in their army will have been selected to make a move, even if it is to remain stationary. They said every faction would have access to every disposition. Yep, but it's probably far more or less common in certain armies. Probably. 3 Sentinel units would be great. I greatly miss having my dumb Flamer Sentinel Alpha Strike thing. Artillery team stocks up. I don't know about that. We'll take a look at the indirect stuff in a bit. 0.5 wounds. True. Okay, rules are triggered at the start of the movement phase are resolved now. Cool. Move units. The active player moves their units 1 at a time using the sequence below until all of their units have been selected to move and those moves have ended. Okay, yeah. Select unit. Select one friendly unit that's not been selected to move. You can select a unit on the battlefield in strategic reserves or embarked within a transport. That unit is selected to move. Okay, so you do select things in transports. That is distinct from how it currently works. Select move type. Select one move type that unit is eligible to make and resolve it with that unit. This can be one listed below or one presented elsewhere. So remain stationary, normal, fall, advance, fallback, disembark, and ingress move. So these are going to be the big differences probably. End of movement phase. Rules are triggered at the end of the movement phase are resolved now. Okay, makes sense. Okay, remain stationary. Eligible. You can just do it all the time. Maximum distance, dash. So you can never move this more than none. No models are moved. Units that remain stationary do not trigger any rules that are triggered when a unit starts or ends a move. Cool, makes sense. Normal move. Maximum distance, your unit's move characteristics. Eligible if your unit is on the battlefield and not engaged. Effect your unit moves as described in moving. So this is still normal moves. After moving, your unit must be unengaged from a normal move. Cool. Advanced move. Maximum distance, advance roll, plus your unit's move characteristic. Did they define advanced rolls already? Is that a thing that they did? Advance roll. Okay. Does it? Okay. What if we just look for advance? Okay. I mean, we know what it is, but it's not. It does not appear to be defined anywhere. Okay, well, that's annoying. Because again, oh, I needed to keep reading. Before moving, make an advance roll by rolling 1d6. Okay, awesome. If I had just kept reading, if we just keep reading, folks, it might be defined right there. All right. Your unit, so you cannot be engaged when you do it. You must end unengaged. Till the end of the turn, unless otherwise stated, your unit is not eligible to declare a charge or start an action. It doesn't say that you are not eligible to shoot, which is interesting. Does shooting say that? I guess we'll find out in a bit. Fallback move. Maximum distance, your unit's move characteristic. Eligible if your unit is engaged. I wonder if there's a way to be engaged and off the battlefield, because this one says on the battlefield. The reading is hard. Okay. But I wonder if there's a way to, like, be engaged off the battlefield. That would be interesting. Okay. Your unit moves as described in moving. Before moving, select fallback mode. Ordered retreat. If your unit is not battle shock, you can select this mode. Otherwise, you must select this mode. So if you are battle shocked, you must desperate escape. Make a hazard roll for each model in your unit. So again, this happens before the move. Okay. While moving, desperate escape, each model that is moved can be moved through enemy models with a hazard roll. So again, you take 1 wound for... Oh. Each model... Ooh, so this is a big deal. Okay. Okay. So, if you desperate escape at all, every model in your unit, even ones that didn't choose to walk over enemy models, has to make a hazard roll. So, the way this used to work is, let's say that we had 3 models like this and 2 enemy models like this. So what you could do is this one would just move normally, but this guy going through and this guy going through, this one and this one would have to roll desperate escape tests, or now would be hazard rolls. But this one was fine. However, the difference now is because this one is moving through, this one also has to take a desperate escape test. So this entire thing, you used to only have to take 2. Now you have to take 3 desperate escape tests. So it does make that way more punishing. Okay. When desperate escaping, each model that is moved can be moved through enemy models. So you can choose to just normal fallback, but if you desperate escape because you're either battle shocked or you choose to want to move through enemy models, because you can still choose this, your unit must be unengaged till the end of the turn unless otherwise stated. Your unit is not eligible to shoot, declare a charge, or start an action. So this one doesn't say that you can't shoot. This one does say that you can't shoot. So that's interesting. We'll have to see what that interacts with in shooting stuff later. If your unit is not battle shocked because you chose to desperate escape, you must make a battle shock roll for your unit at the end of the move. So that's interesting. It's just a hazard roll, so vehicles don't just die if they fail. They just take 3 mortals. That is true. So it is better for tanks in general. But if you, again, you'll have to take a battle shock at the end, which could mean that you could lose orders afterwards. I did not do this one in my practice games when I was playing Hammer the Emperor, so it's possible that this makes a big difference. One of the really interesting things is how this interacts with some stratagems, because sequencing is still a little bit unclear on how that is going to work. But yes, vehicles will not die as often, but you will lose way more infantry. Okay. Is there anything here? Selecting modes. Modes are mutually exclusive. When making a move, if your unit does not meet the conditions of any of the modes, it cannot make that move. Sometimes a mode will be mandatory if applicable. Consolidation. Order retreat is not mandatory, so you could select desperate escape instead. Many move types state conditions you must meet while after moving. Those that are labeled with a mode name only apply if selected that mode. Okay, so yeah, makes sense. In the shooting phase, your units will take aim and use their ranged weapons to fire at their chosen targets. Alright, it's starting to get warm in here. I'm going to turn a fan on. Fan! Go! Go, go, gadget! Okay, start of shooting phase. Do things at the start of shooting phase. First, shoot. The active player shoots with their eligible units one at a time using the sequence below until all the units they chose to shoot with have been selected to shoot and their attacks have been resolved. The unit is eligible to shoot if it is on the battlefield and has not already been selected to shoot this phase. Select unit. Select one friendly unit that is eligible to shoot. That unit is selected to shoot. So again, this is very important. Smeargle, do you need to check for battle shock if you order retreat? No, you only need to battle shock check if you chose to desperate escape while you were not battle shocked before. All these new rules make it seem like 29 squads are quite bad now. Maybe. Nemo says that he thinks they're good still. You know, take that as you will. So this, note that advancing does not say that you are not eligible to shoot, whereas fallbacks say that you are not eligible to shoot. So we're gonna double check. This is big on whether or not you can just advance and shoot always. Okay, that is eligible to shoot. That unit is selected to shoot. Select shooting type. Select one shooting type that unit is eligible to make and resolve it with that unit. This can be done. This can be one listed below or one presented elsewhere. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this because this is again. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, if your unit is unengaged and did not make an advance move this turn, your unit shoots as described in making attacks. Until the end of the phase, your unit is not eligible to start an action. So this is the same as it used to be. Yeah. Okay. I think 20-man units were very good for a lot of the edition, but that's okay. All right. All of the following. Okay, so you can only assault shoot if you are unengaged and made an advance move, and you have assault. Okay, so this is a little bit weird. You describes you can only select assault weapons. Okay, so it does like come back as to like it still works as way it used to. It just like gets there in a like the logic path goes in a different direction than before. Whereas before you were eligible to shoot. Before it was you were not eligible to shoot and assault made it so you were allowed to. Now it's you are eligible to shoot, but you're only eligible to do it with assault weapons. So it ends up coming back into like the same restrictions on what is allowed. Just again, the way it goes is different. Okay. All right, close quarter shooting. All of the following apply to your unit. You are engaged and you did not make an advance move this turn. So how would I guess there are theoretical ways where you advance and then get surged into. So then you would not be able to, even with assault? Oh, that's interesting. So if you advance, something else shoots, and then you get surged into, once you become engaged, you can't shoot. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. So you are not allowed to advance and shoot if you are engaged because you got surged into. So you can turn off assault guns that way. That's interesting. Okay. Steel Spider. Oh, yeah, I played against a guy named Joel, and he said he plays with you in team stuff in California. Had a really close game against his Chaos. I don't play with a Joel. I mean, I know a Joel down in San Diego. Joel Wilson plays a lot with XPZ, but he's never been on my team. Is there a Joel? There's a Jason, but he's been busy with the military recently. There's a Will. He's playing Chaos. There's a Hal who sometimes plays Chaos. There's an Omar who sometimes plays Chaos. There's a Victor who plays Chaos. Anyway, made like 24 up in Volseas on my Torox, and he was so heartbroken because basically his whole army and 2 Demolishers shot at it. That might be Victor. That honestly sounds like something Victor would be very sad about. Anyway. Is there a Joel in Team USA stuff? I don't know a Joel in the Team USA stuff. Anyway, yeah, it sounds like a funny game. Okay, back into the close quarter shooting. He usually plays guard. But he was playing Chaos? Interesting. Now I'm really curious about who this player is. There's a Phil who lives down there. I think he's been dabbling in some Chaos. Or Jer mm, Jeremy is his name. Um, Jeremy's a great guy. Good dude. But he has not played team stuff with me. Now I'm really curious about who this player is. Close quarter shooting isn't locked to the shooting phase. That's a great question. Let's finish reading this. All of the following apply to your unit. Engaged and did not make an advance move this turn. Has one or more close quarters weapons or is a monster or vehicle unit. Effects, your unit shoots as described in making attacks. While shooting, models your unit can target enemy units your unit is engaged with. Okay? Monster and vehicle models. Each time a monster or vehicle model in your unit makes an attack, unless that attack is made with close quarter weapon, and targets a unit your unit is engaged with, select or subtract 1 from the hit roll. Okay, so if you don't have a close quarters weapon, subtract 1. If that attack is made with a blast weapon, it still cannot target a unit your unit is engaged with. And targets. Oh yeah, so you can just shoot out. Okay, yeah. If you're not a monster and not a vehicle, you can only select close quarters weapons to make attacks with, and you can only select enemies that you engage. Okay, so this is it. So you can always select any target you want, but if you are engaged and you are not a monster or a vehicle, you can only shoot things you're engaged with. So it ends up working out the same. It's just a different direction that it goes. Can Lion the Gilman still go through the heavy terrain? Don't know. We haven't gotten there yet. I need to pay for it. Yeah, I would expect so. And the way that it works in 10th edition is they have a specific carve out in the terrain rules that say that they can go through it. Um, the way that I have been told to like play my games of 11th or like my pseudo games with as much of the rules as we have is until we have something that specifies otherwise for those like more niche interactions, assume it works the same way as it does in 10th until we know specifically that it doesn't. So I would say play as though the Lion and Gilliman can go through walls, play as though Call and Thulia Gold, I think her name is, play as though they can go through walls until you know otherwise. Oh, yeah. Dude, Hal's a great dude. Hal is very funny. Not a very competitive player, but he just really just plays for the love of the game. Okay, Until the end of the phase, your unit is not eligible to start an action. So yeah, so this is Big Guns Never Tire. It is in the shooting phase, so I don't expect you'll be able to overwatch or do anything like we were looking at before. Okay, indirect shooting. All of the following apply to your unit. Unengaged and did not make an advance move this turn. Okay, it has one or more indirect fire weapons. Your unit shoots as described in making attacks. While shooting, indirect fire weapons in your unit can target units that are not visible to the attacking model. Each time an indirect fire weapon makes an attack, the target has the benefit of cover. You cannot reroll hit rolls. Unmodified hit rolls of 1 through 5 fail unless your unit remains stationary this turn and the target is visible to one or more friendly units, in which case an unmodified hit roll of 1 to 3 fails instead. So this is, you only hit on 6s. If you're shooting indirect, you only hit on 6s, no rerolls, unless you remain stationary and the target is visible to one or more friendly units, in which case it works the same way it does now. Until the end of the phase, your unit is not eligible to start an action. So something that was really important, that was kind of like a bit of a discussion before, is the difference between your remain stationary. So if you remain stationary, that means you did not move at all. But one of the important things is heavy, which they revealed on Warhammer Community, is if you move less or like 3 inches or less. So there was a question of, can I move my artillery and then still hit on the 4s? And the answer is no. The only way that if you move your indirect fire and then move will be if they are now direct firing. The other big thing about this is if you choose to do this, your entire unit still gets to shoot, but your entire unit is shooting indirect. And therefore, if, let's say that you have 5 models, and there is a wall here. You know, this guy is in a wall, and this guy has indirect, and this guy has indirect, and they want to shoot at this. Okay, if you choose to do indirect shooting, these guys shoot normally. This guy shoots on a 1 or this guy shoots on a 4+, but because each time an indirect fire weapon makes an attack, it doesn't say that it cares if it's visible. And that means this guy also is hitting on a 4+. Now, I don't think this affects guard very much, but one of the big things is, so the way that it used to work is if you had 3 mortars and you had a wall like this and they were shooting here, because this mortar could see, these were shooting on normal bullets. These guys were shooting normally. However, that has been reversed. Now, because these cannot see, this guy is also shooting indirectly. So they have flipped it from being, if you choose to shoot, so these guys mean all indirect fire guns are shooting indirectly, even if you choose to shoot normally with the rest of it. So you can either choose to not shoot these in order to let this guy shoot on, I'll say a 2+. But if these two shoot, then this one is hitting on a 4 as well. So really interesting thing. So Desperate Escape has changed to be, if one model Desperate Escapes, the entire unit Desperate Escapes. And then indirect fire is if you choose to shoot the model that can't see, everything that has indirect is now shooting indirectly. So interesting. John Spain, did you talk about coherency and being able to have 2 sets of 2 models? Okay, so again, I'm going to say that as of right now, it works. However, I will say that in like 2 weeks from now, it will not work anymore. So if you want to play some silly games right now, go for it. Otherwise, I would say, like, as you play 11th edition and games where we don't have quite all the rules, I would say don't practice doing that because it's not going to be a thing. Trevor Riddell with the super chat for $4.99. Thank you very much, sir. 11th edition is here. Skulls for the Skull Throne and content for the content gods. Yeah, we're probably going to be doing a lot of streaming over the next week or so, and then maybe converting some of this into into videos. I will still have my weekly meta update up, depending on how long it takes me, either later today or tomorrow, because I want to talk about the new stuff. I don't care very much about 10th edition anymore. Um, and then John Spain, yes, indirect nerfs, Death Watch, bad. Yeah, so Death Watch is probably the one that gets hit most directly by this change to the rules. And then also, I guess it doesn't really change the Silent King very much. Um, changed the Silent King a little bit, but yeah, but Deathwatch is definitely the one that changed the most. So yeah, thank you very much, Trevor. Also, if you guys are watching, if you guys want to sauce me the like and the follow, it's like tipping the bellhop, right? Just a little bit. It costs you nothing to hit that thumbs up button. Anyway, in the charge phase, you'll be able to make charge moves with your units. This represents your forces closing the distance with their foes in order to engage them in bloody close combat. So, start of the charge phase, you do the things. Charge. Player resolves charges with their eligible units one at a time, using the sequence below until all of their units they choose to charge with have declared a charge and those charges have been resolved. Lonely Viva. Oh no, my poor Tesseract Fall indirect. If only I could move 14 of Plunging Fire and Towering. I know, it's so sad. I don't think I saw the Tesseract Fall at all in the wild this edition. CK War Dogs are hurt a bit as well. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, that's true. If you're shooting at things you couldn't see, then it's going to be hitting on 6s. That's true. So maybe you just take the Melt-A-Hats now instead. Alright, declare charge. Select a friendly unit that has not declared a charge this phase and is eligible to declare a charge. That unit declares a charge. Unit is eligible to declare a charge if it is on the battlefield, unless otherwise stated. Here are some rules. Here are some rules that prevent a unit from being eligible to declare a charge. It is not within 12 inches of one or more enemy units. It is engaged and made a advance or fallback move this turn. Okay, so yeah, very normal things. Make a charge roll. Make a charge roll by rolling 2d6. The result is the maximum distance for the charge move. Attempt charge. If it is possible to make a charge move, and if you still want to, so you can roll, see that you could make a charge, and be like, nah, I don't want to do that anymore. Otherwise, your unit does not make a charge move. In either case, the charge is then resolved. End of charge phase. Okay. So a charge move. Is this a link? It feels like this should be a link. Okay, maximum distance, the charge roll. If your unit declared a charge this phase, effect, your unit moves as described in moving. Okay, before moving, select one or more enemy units that are within 12 inches of your unit and within the maximum distance of your unit. Until the end of this move, each of those enemy units is a charge target. While moving, each model must end its move closer to one or more charge targets. Each model that can end its move within 1 inches of one or more charge targets must do so. Each model that can end its move engaged with one or more charge targets must do so. After moving, your unit must be engaged with all of the charge targets. Your unit cannot be engaged with one or more enemy units that are not charge targets. Till the end of the turn, each model in your unit has the Fights First ability. Okay. Lonely Vivo, you went 5-0 the Tesseract Fall. Very impressive. Lord Solar Blood became more safer to take, though, because you were hard counter with Oath of Moment Desolation Marines. This is true. The Storm of Fire Desolation Marines were disgusting, for sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at this. So, with the new charge rolls, let's say you have these guys, and you have these guys over here, and the distance here is 7.5. We are going to draw a 1-inch circle, 1-inch bubble, and then a 2-inch bubble. Oh, that is very hard to see. We will use purple. Alright, so when we roll, if these guys roll a 7, even though a 7 would get you into engagement range, this does not work because you did not roll. You needed to roll an 8 in order to get it. So whereas in 10th edition we were rounding down, so 7.5 you would need to roll a 7. In the next edition it's 7.5, so we round up. You need to roll an 8. 7 will not make it. Okay. So if we roll an 8, this guy can theoretically base to base this guy. The other thing is because an 8 allows you to get within this 1 inch. This guy can go to here, where he's within an inch. This guy can go to here, where he's within an inch, and this guy can go to here, where they're within an inch. So every model here will have to get within the orange instead of within the purple. But if there are more guys back here, this guy, again, has to go within the orange. This guy is capable, so he has to go within the orange. This guy has to go within the orange. But these guys can't get there, and they won't be able to get within the purple either. So these guys can kind of just go wherever they want. So this guy can go like out here, or he could go to like here as long as it's coherent, or he could go, or this guy could go like here as long as it's coherent, or like you can move this guy like here such that this guy is coherent this way. So there's a lot more flexibility now because you do not need to move into base to base. You just have to roll enough to be more than enough to touch the opponent if there were like not walls there. I think the indirect changes should be good for the FOBs, as AP1 damage 2 is a bit more believable now. Yeah, the AP1, low AP stuff has gotten a lot more valuable. It's just whether or not, like, you're going to be hitting on 6s sometimes, and that sucks. That within is doing a load of heavy lifting. Yeah, within is a big deal. So this is going to be a much more free-flowing fight phase than we've had before, a charge and fight phase. This is something I immediately noticed in the games that I was playing yesterday. Because you have the 2-inch engagement range, on the one hand, the movement phase is a bit more restrictive because it is very easy to be like, it's very easy to be like, here's my unit and here's my 2-inch bubble. You can't end in the 2-inch bubble. So, if you're over here, this is 2, this is 2, and if this is like a 25 millimeter base, this is like, and like this is also 25 millimeter. This is 2, 4, and this is basically an inch, and this is basically an inch. So you need like 6 inches minimum to just move across like this, and that's with fly, right? Whereas if you wanted to go like, but you can still go around, but in order to do this, it's like, this is like slightly more than 3, and like this is also slightly more than 3, so you can't actually like end here. Like this kind of move would be like minimum of 7 inches. But the other big thing is just like once you get in, it's very free flowing because like this can charge and like come to like here, or it can come to like over here, and then you can pile in and be like, okay, and now we're going over here. Whereas before you would have to just be like, you would have to make it there in one single movement. So there's a lot more free-flowing nature to the way that the fight phase works now. One of the big things that I've noticed is, let's say you have like a bunch of dudes, and then there's like a bunch of dudes coming in here, or rather, there's just like one big thing, like this is a tank. One of the big things that you'll do is when you charge is you'll have like this guy, and this guy will just come touch the tank, right? So that this guy can't move, but the tank can't move either. And then these guys are like, we're going to go around, and then we're going to move a second time even further. And it's if there's like another thing like over here, whereas before these guys would have to come and like base the tank and would get stuck, it is very, very easy to go tag other things now. It is very easy to drag more things into the combat than before. Okay, making a charge move, example, blah, blah, blah. We already went over this. Okay. In the fight phase, both players get to act. First, units will pile in to maximize the number of models that are engaged. Then all the combatants will make melee attacks before units consolidate their position. The fight phase resolved in these steps. Start the fight phase, pile in, fight, consolidate, end of phase. Do units have to fight? Yes, you have to fight with all units that can, but you don't have to pile in or consolidate with a unit if you don't want to. Okay. Pile in. Both players make pile in moves C below with all their eligible units if they choose to move. The eligible if section describes which units are eligible to make such moves. The player whose turn it is resolves all of their moves first, followed by their opponent. Each unit cannot make more than one pile-in move during this step. So maximum distance of 3. We know that there are things in 10th edition that can pile and consolidate 6, or pile and or consolidate 6, depending on the exact one. So it is very possible that this is going to, something like World Eaters, where you just pile console 6. Very, very powerful. Very powerful rule. All right, eligible if it is the fight phase and one or more of the following applied to your unit. It is engaged. It made a charge move this turn. It was selected to make an overrun fight this phase. Okay, so if you got charged, if you did charge, overrun fight, and this is, the thing died already. Okay, effect. Your unit moves as described in moving. Before moving, select pile and targets. If your unit is engaged, select every enemy unit it is engaged with. Otherwise, select one or more enemy units within 5 inches, so this is 3 inches plus the 2-inch engagement range of your unit. While moving, models in base contact with one or more enemy models cannot be moved. Each model that is moved must end its move closer to the closest pile and target and engage with it if possible. So okay, your unit must end engaged. Each model that started this move engaged with an enemy unit must still be engaged with that enemy unit. So, all right, let's go back to this. So one of the things, I played a game against Emperor's Children. So let's say that we have tank here, okay, and there is another tank over here, okay? So Emperor's Children, they start the turn and they are engaged here. But one of the big things about Emperor's Children is you are not eligible to declare a charge into something that you fell back from. So these models would go like here on their move, but you would move such that this is like here, and then here, and then here, right? Of course, you have to respect the, the 2-inch engagement bubble. But then what you could do is this unit would charge this tank, okay? However, depending on what you roll, if this model can come in and stand like here, and this model can come stand here, this model, because it can't get within, if it can't get within 2 inches, it can come so like here, as long as it's coherent, and then pile in this way. So it's a lot easier for Emperor's Children to go and fight things again than it used to be. But the other big thing about this, of course, is the pile in, because this model was not engaged. The unit ends up being engaged, but it can potentially, set up this way. So you have a lot more freedom with your pile-ins and consolidations than you used to. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Start a fight phase. Both red units made charge moves this turn. They are both fights first units this phase, and are both eligible to make pile-in moves, even though the monster is unengaged as it destroys charge target in the charge phase using the crushing impact stratagem. So this is the new tank shock. Pile-in moves. The red player makes pile-in moves first. The blue player makes pile-in moves next. Okay, so that is... Player whose turn it is resolves all of their moves first, followed by their opponent. Okay. Yep. No more shoving guardsmen on objectives when doing a charge. You can still do a lot of that. It is still very much a thing that is very possible. A unit is eligible to fight if it has not already been selected to fight this phase, so you haven't fought, and one or more of the following apply to it. It is engaged or it was engaged at the start of this step. It made it... Oh, interesting. Units eligible to fight if it has not already been selected to fight, and one or more of the following was engaged. Okay, so this is different than how it used to be. But you don't get a pile in, but you do get a fight. So this does change a little bit. But I guess if you're not in engagement range and you get casualties pulled out of range, so it doesn't change that much. Okay. Players resolve the following sequence. Resolves fight first combats, starting with the player whose turn it is. So the player whose turn it is always gets to swing the first thing first. Players alternate, selecting one friendly fights first unit that is eligible to fight. That unit is selected to fight. See below. If this is not possible, if there are no fights first units that are eligible to fight, move to the resolve remaining combat step where this player... Oh, the player whose turn it is. Oh, okay. Oh, if it's only ongoing combats, the player whose turn it is still gets to swing first. So there's no, if it's all ongoing combats, the non-active player just swings first. Okay. But if the charging player, or if the player's turn it is, like, did at least one fight, then the other person. Ooh, so this just happens in, you still do alternating. So this is again different. Where it used to be, player one, or player two would swing with their defending fights first, and then player one would swing with their attacking fights first, and then after you finish doing, so if somehow player two uh, swings again with their fights first, then player one would be the first ongoing. So this does change that a little bit. So if you charge and your opponent doesn't charge anything, oh, so the person who charges, okay, okay. So let's say, so turn one, this charges this. Red swings, and then blue swings. And then on turn two, now it's blue's turn, where you still have blue and then red, and they're still fighting. Starting the player who just, if there are no fights first, so there's no like new charges and nothing has fights first, the player whose turn it is. So now it'll be blue swings and then red swings. Whereas before, this was the other direction. So they have changed how the sequencing works. That's actually a really big deal. So if you charge in the player whose turn it isn't, so the player's turn it is swings, player's turn it isn't swings, and then when you switch, it's the player whose turn it is swings unless they charged other things. So there are ways to manipulate this that weren't before. That's a big deal. That is not something that I had been made aware of before. Okay. After resolving, find the resolve remaining combat step. If there are one or more fights first that are now eligible to fight, return to the resolve fights first. I don't know how this would happen. I guess you could use, there's like interrupt or whatever. When a unit is selected to fight, normal fight, your unit is engaged, do it. Okay. Overrun fight. If your unit is unengaged or was unengaged at the start of the fight step but became engaged during the fight phase. Is this the fight phase? Yeah, so the whole phase is the fight phase. Your unit can make one additional pile-in move, then fights as described in making attacks. Unengaged at the start of the fight step but became engaged during the fight phase. Okay, so this difference between the fight step and the fight phase is a big deal. So if you consolidate into someone, they do get to pile in. That's a big deal. I was told this is not how it works before, so this does change that quite a bit. Okay. Normal fight, overrun fight. Blue player has no fights first unit, so the red player selects their next unit. The red player selects another fights first unit. This unit is unengaged, but was engaged with a transport, so up here, and so can make an overrun fight. It first makes a pile-in move to engage the unit that is marked, then fights, destroying 2 enemy models. Sure, whatever. Overrun fight. Each time a unit is selected to fight. So you can select a unit to fight if it is engaged or made a charge move. Okay. So if it made a charge move, then you can do this, but you can just do this if you get piled into, or if you got consolidated into, because it's still a fight phase. That's important to know. Okay, both players make consolidation moves, see below, with all of their eligible units they choose to move. The eligible describes which units are eligible to make such moves. Player whose turn it is resolve all of their moves first. So if it's your turn, you do all of your consolidations, followed by the opponent. Each unit cannot make more than one consolidation move during this step. Okay. Distance of 3. It is the fight phase, and your unit was eligible to fight this phase. Was eligible to fight. So, eligible to fight. If it was engaged at the start of the fight step, it is engaged or was engaged at the start of the step, or it made a charge move. Okay. Eligible if section, blah, blah, blah. Okay. For moving, select which mode. Ongoing consolidation. If your unit is engaged, you must select this mode and select every enemy unit it is engaged with. I'm going to continue going. While doing ongoing consolidation, models in base contact with one or more enemy models cannot be moved, so that's the same as it currently is. Each model that is moved must end its move closer to the closest selected enemy unit, so everything it's engaged with, and engaged with it if the closest selected enemy unit if possible. At the end of the moving, each model that started this move engaged with an enemy unit must still be engaged with that enemy unit, so you can't become unengaged with the unit. Okay, model by model. Okay, engaging consolidation. If you are not engaged, your unit is within 3 inches of one or more enemy units. You must select this mode and select one or more. Your unit is within 3 inches of one or more enemy units. Oh, so that is different as well. So we thought that this was within 5 inches. So is that plus engagement range? Okay. Each model that is moved must end its move closer to the closest selected enemy unit and engaged with it if possible. But it's within 3 inches. Interesting. So that's different than pile in. Is within 3 inches of one or more enemy units. Okay. Each model that is moved must end its move closer to the closest selected enemy unit, engage with it if possible. Okay, interesting. So this feels unintuitive, and I wonder if this is going to be changed, because I thought this would have been 5 inches instead of 3. Okay. Your unit must be engaged with all the selected enemy units. If one or more enemy units engaged with the unit has not been selected to fight this phase, your opponent must select each of those units one at a time. When each is selected, it becomes eligible to fight and is selected to fight. So it does do the overrun fight. Unit. Okay. All right. Objective consolidation. Otherwise, so if you're not engaged and you're not within 3 inches of any enemy units, if your unit is within 3 inches of one or more objectives, you must select this mode and select one of those objectives. Each model that is moved must end its move within range of the selected objective if possible, or closer to it if not. Okay, so you can just kind of move, and then you must be within range of the selected objective. One or more objectives, and select one of those objectives. So you can actually just move between objectives, which is pretty interesting. Okay, so the big thing here is this is only 3 inches, so you can only go tag things. If you're not engaged, you can only go tag things if you're within 3 instead of within 5. So if you kill the thing and you're not within 3 inches, then you won't necessarily be able to consolidate into them. That's fascinating. Okay, and then the end of the fight phase. Okay. Am I still on camera? A little bit. All right, I'll sit back up. I'll sit back up for you guys. All right, battlefields and tactics, placing terrain. Blah blah blah. This is using one or more. What? Oh, okay. So the terrain features are like the walls and things that go on the footprints. Okay. In each case, terrain area. Okay, so there's terrain areas and there's terrain features. Each terrain feature belongs to a terrain category, which can affect the movement and visibility of models. Below are some examples of which types of terrain features fall under each category. Exposed. Exposed terrain. All right. Craters, razor wire, scattered debris. Light. Barricades, low walls, statuary. Dense. Buildings, ruins, armored containers, and woods. Missions deployment map may define which terrain category should be present within each terrain area. Meeting these requirements will create the best gaming experience. Note that terrain features sharing the same terrain area can belong to different terrain categories. Okay. Terrain placed, dense, terrain area, dense, light, dense. Okay. All right. Models can move through different categories of terrain feature as follows. Exposed and light. All models can move horizontally and vertically through exposed or light terrain features. Okay, that's basically the same thing. This is like the 2-inch terrain pieces you can just move over. Dense. Infantry, beast, swarm, or mobile model. So this is a new keyword that will be added to a bunch of data sheets. They mentioned like Squighog Boys by name. I think this might be like Rough Riders because they have the can't be modified movement. Or no, they got rid of that. We used to have that in the index. We don't have it anymore. I lied. Infantry, beast, and swarm models can move vertically through dense terrain features. Oh, so mobile. So yeah, like Squighog Boys can just move through dense terrain features. And infantry, beast, and swarm models can move vertically through dense terrain features. Other models can move horizontally through dense terrain features, provided that all sections of that terrain feature that the moving model's base would move through are 2 inches or less in height. So you can still move through 2-inch stuff. Otherwise, the moving model must move vertically to ascend or descend such sections. They cannot move through ceilings and floors while doing so, and they cannot end that move on any surface of that terrain feature that is not on ground level. Okay. Models can move vertically to ascend or descend terrain features while doing so. That model must remain within 1 inch horizontally of that terrain feature. Okay, so yeah, so that would be like including the overhanging floor. Add the distance moved vertically up and the distance moved vertically down to any other distance that model has moved since its unit began that move. Okay? Setting up or ending a move. Models can be set up or end a move on the ground level of terrain features. Models can also be set up or end a move on any surface of a terrain feature that is not on ground level if all of the following apply. That model has one or more of the following keywords. Infantry, beast, swarm, fly, or monster. Okay, so monsters can go up, which is kind of interesting. After ending that move, that model is stable and no part of its base overhangs the outer edge of that surface. So this is a little bit unclear, but I think this just means like kind of like in 10th edition where you just need to have the entire base like on the second floor. You can still do that if you do that. Okay. All sections of this are more than 2, so this monster cannot move through it and must move around instead. These infantry models can move through dense. Yep. This infantry model can move vertically and end its move on the top surface of this terrain feature as it is stable and no part of its base overhangs the outer edge of that surface. Okay, yes, so there's a spot to go stand there. This vehicle model cannot move through this dense terrain feature, but it can move vertically to ascend and descend sections that are more than 2 inches in height, provided it does not end that move on top. So it goes there, goes up, goes over, goes down, continues going. So this is more or less how we've been playing it for a while. It's just been codified a little bit better. This infantry model is not being moved over or through any terrain features. Again, terrain area. Its move through the terrain area shown is therefore unimpeded. Cool? Okay. Terrain can affect visibility depending on whether the benefit of cover, hidden, obscuring, or solid rules apply. Each time a ranged attack targets a unit, if every model in that unit, in the defending unit, meets one or more of the following conditions, that unit has the benefit of cover against that attack. The model has the infantry, beast, swarm keyword and is within, just within, not wholly within, just within a terrain area. That model is not fully visible to the attacking model due to one or more intervening terrain features and or one or more intervening obscuring terrain areas. Okay, so if the defending unit has every model within terrain or every model is not fully visible to the attacking model. Ooh, okay. Each time a ranged attack targets unit has the benefit of cover against it, worsen the ballistic skill characteristic of that unit by 1. So, this is again different. This is again different than how this works. So, if we had a bunch of units like this, and there is a wall here, and then there is blue models like this. This red model, let's use the line tool. This red model, that's not the line tool. This red model can fully see this blue model. So all of these units here don't give up the benefit of cover, because benefit of cover would be for the entire defending unit. However, if this wall were here, and instead this, oops, a little too large. Let's say the wall was here, and this model, we're going to say it can see. These 3 models, this, and this, no penalty. These are normal. However, you would have to roll this model separate, because this one has the penalty. So this is, you have to categorize every attacking model by whether or not it can see it can shoot at least one defending model properly. So this has actually changed quite a bit. You will now actually have to do some of your attacking models in larger units in batches where they have different ballistic skills. So that's very interesting. Okay. Hidden. A model is hidden while all of the following apply to it. That model is infantry, beast, or swarm, and a model is hidden while it is within a terrain area that contains one or more dense terrain features. So again, those are like walls and things. Okay. The model's unit did not make one or more range attacks this turn or the previous turn. While a model is hidden, it can only be visible to enemy models that are within its detection range unless otherwise stated. Model's detection range is 15 inches. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to go back to the good old MS Paint. We have terrain area here, and we have models standing like this, and then there is a wall here. So we have an attacking set of models over here, and we'll say the 15 inches goes out to here. Okay. While a model is hidden, it can only be visible to enemy models that are within its detection range. So if this is 15 inches, then this model can shoot and this model can shoot, but this model is too far away, and so he cannot see, and this one's also too far away and cannot see. However, if there was one additional model that was here, then this one can shoot and this one can shoot. Okay, that's not too complicated. I have heard that this is getting modified very soon. I heard that this is going to be changed in like the day one or like rules commentary and stuff. So don't expect this to be the way that it used to work or the way that it currently works. Okay, obscuring. Terrain areas containing one or more light or dense terrain features, so if there's like anything on the terrain area at all, or obscuring terrain areas. If every line of sight drawn between 2 models crosses one or more obscuring terrain areas, excluding obscuring terrain areas that one or both those models are within, those 2 models are not visible to each other. Oh. So everything can tow in, I think. Because I know that vehicles definitely had the old towering. Okay, I think this means that everything has towering. Dense terrain features have the solid rule. Line of sight cannot be drawn across any enclosed gap in the surface of such a terrain feature that is 3 inches or less from the ground. This rule ensures that models are not visible while sheltering in ground-level terrain, irrespective of small openings such as doors, windows, or bullet holes, or because of small gaps between adjacent terrain features. 3 inches of the height of the first floor of many terrain features, but some missions may adjust the height at which this rule takes effect. Hello, Michelangelo. Hope you're doing well. Benefit of cover. Okay, so this, you can't wholly see it, so therefore it is ballistic skill, and so all of these would have that penalty. they would not have the penalty shooting at B, they would have the penalty shooting at C. Okay, here. There's an obscuring terrain between all models in units A and D, so none of them are visible to each other. All models in unit B and C are within the terrain area and are infantry, and so they are hidden. However, unit D's models are within the 15-inch detection range of unit B, so they're close enough here, but not C. So unit B's models are visible to unit D's, so D can see B. Unit D can be seen by unit C, but so D can see B, but it cannot see C, and it cannot see A. And then the reverse of it is all of these can see, or this can see, and then this cannot see. Okay. Okay, that makes sense to me. Continuing, solid. Units A and B are not visible to each other because even though there's a window in the feature, it has a solid rule, so first floor closed. Units A and C are visible to each other because even though this dense terrain feature has the solid rule, line of sight can be drawn normally through enclosed gaps that are more than 3 inches from ground level. Okay, so big thing here, really big thing here, is we were playing that only vehicles and monsters got to tow in because of the obscuring. Now it looks like everything can tow into obscuring terrain in order to see through, which is interesting for like infantry and mounted and stuff. I don't know how much that really changes, but it does make the vehicle supremacy a little bit weaker. Okay. Terrain objectives. If a mission uses objectives, it will state where they are located on the battlefield. Typically, your mission will have a deployment map showing several points where objectives should be placed. The location of each point should coincide with a terrain area. That terrain area is the objective and is called a terrain objective. When measuring distances to and from an objective, measure to and from the closest part of it. Level of control. At the start of the battle, no objective on the battlefield is controlled by either player. To gain control of an objective, a player will need one or more models with an OC characteristic of one or more within range of it. A model is within range of a terrain objective while it is within that terrain area. At the end of each phase and turn, okay, so again, checking only at end of a phase or turn, to determine a player's level of control over an objective, add together the OC characteristics of all the models in their player's army that are within range of that objective. The player has the highest level of control over that objective, controls the objective. If both players have the same level of control over that objective, unless that objective is secured, that objective is not controlled by either player. Official first floor closed is really nice for casual play, says Random Account 1289. Always fun trying to convince our store Random to use it for his sake. Yeah, I remember that was a thing that we had to ask at the beginning of every event when I was playing in ninth. It's like, hey, are first floors closed? And it was always like, yes, first floors are closed. Thank you. So, making it codified is a good change. Some units have abilities that are triggered when they control an objective or when they secure an objective for your army. What is secure? Oh, so secure is okay. Some rules allow an objective to be secured by a player's army. When an objective is secured by a player's army, that objective remains under their control, even once they no longer have any units within range of it, until their opponent's level of control over that objective is greater than theirs at the end of a phase. Okay, makes sense. Controlling a terrain objective. This vehicle has an OC characteristic of 3, and it is within. This vehicle has an OC characteristic of 2, and is wholly within. The models in this unit each have an OC characteristic of 1, and it has 6 are within. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then this unit is currently battle shocked, so the OC is 0. Both players add together their OC. Blues is 5, reds is 6, and therefore red controls. Yep, makes sense. That's the same thing as it's also been. Okay. Stratagems. During the battle, both players can use stratagems. Each stratagem states how many CP it costs to use, when it can be used, which units it can target, what the effects of using that stratagem are, and any additional restrictions that apply. Each player can use the same stratagem multiple times during the battle, but the following restrictions apply. Each player cannot use the same stratagem more than once per phase. Unless otherwise stated, each player cannot target the same unit with more than one stratagem in the same phase. Each time you use a stratagem, resolve the following sequence. Select the targets as described in the stratagem. Re reduce your CP total by the CP cost listed in that stratagem. If that stratagem contains a section that carries an additional CP cost, e.g. +1 CP, so we know this is true of like the new heroic intervention, you can only use that additional section if you increase the CP cost of that stratagem by the amount shown. If you do not have enough CP remaining, you cannot use that stratagem. Resolve the effects of that stratagem. Okay. Core stratagems. All players can use core strats. Let's see, overleaf? Alright, that stuff. Additional stratagems. I wonder if this is like a fold-out page in like the physical rulebook. Additional stratagems can be found in codices and other publications. Okay. We'll read the rest of it. Either player's turn, your turn, opponent's turn. Okay. Down is your turn. Okay. Command reroll. Any phase just after you make one of the following rolls for a friendly unit or model. Advance, charge, damage, hazard, hit, save, wound. I think these are all the same. I'm not sure if this actually changed anything, because I know you couldn't do leadership or a battle shock before. Still can't. A roll to determine the number of attacks generated with a weapon. Target that unit or model. You re-roll that roll. If you are rolling more than one dice together, select one of those dice to re-roll. Excluding charge rolls, which you must re-roll in full. So this doesn't come up very often, but you know, let's say you roll. Let's say you're doing something that is 2d6, and then you roll a 6 and a 1. Okay, so like with the Hellhound Flamer, if you're rolling more than one dice together, select one of those dice to reroll. So you would not roll both of them together. The new roll would be you would keep the 6 and you reroll the 1, and so then this, you know, maybe it's a 4. So this is this makes re-rolling 2d6, especially for something like a rapid fire battle cannon on Imperial Knights, a lot better than it was before. That's really interesting. Okay, explosives. Your shooting phase, one friendly unengaged explosives or grenades unit that is eligible to shoot and did not make an advance move. So you can fall back in grenades if you're not battle shocked. Okay. Select one explosive or grenades model in your unit. Select one unengaged enemy unit within 8 inches and visible to that model. Roll 66 for every 4 up. That enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. So you can do this if you fall back. Let's double check that fallback doesn't say anything about stratagems. Movement phase, movement phase. Fallback. After moving, shoot, charge, action. So yeah, fallback grenades. Fallback grenades is real again. But I think you have to be eligible to shoot. Oh, that might be the trick. Let's double check. Let's double check. We're checking. Fallback makes you not eligible to shoot. So let's go back. All right. Grenades. Amaze. Okay. So you do need to be eligible to shoot. So if you can fall back and shoot, you can fall back and grenade. But if you are able to advance and shoot, you cannot advance and grenade. So that's going to catch some people off guard a couple times, I think. You can now re-roll the lowest on a Baneblade's 3d6 attacks roll. Is this the Baneblade edition now? I mean, legitimately, like super heavies, they're looking more interesting in the new edition because you know they can just tow things. If you can just like tow the middle objective, which is you know a very big objective, you can do a lot of shooting with it. So it's honestly like legitimately looking better for 11th than it did for 10th. Okay. Epic Challenge. Fight phase just after a friendly character unit is selected to fight. That character unit. Ooh, character unit. Oh, never mind. Okay, select one character model in your unit. Until the end of the phase, that model's melee weapons have the precision ability. Alright. Graves, Rough Riders, and Castellan. Yeah, fall back and shoot. Yeah. Yarg can do some fun stuff still, for sure. Okay. So precision, we still need to find the precision keyword a bit more. All right, same bravery. Battleshock step of your command phase just before you make a Battleshock roll for a friendly unit. You target that unit, the Battleshock roll is automatically successful. You cannot use this stratagem more than once per battle. So this is the same. Big note here is if you are Battleshock last turn, you cannot use Insane Bravery to become unbattleshocked. You can only use it if you would have to take a new Battleshock test. So that is something really important to note. Okay. Explosives, we already looked at that one. Crushing Impact. So this is the new Tank Shock. During your charge phase, just after a friendly monster or vehicle unit ends a charge move, that monster or vehicle unit resolve the following sequence. Select one enemy unit engaged with your unit. Select one model in your unit engaged with that enemy unit. Roll a number of d6 equal to the toughness characteristic of that model. For every 1, your unit suffers 1 mortal wound. For every 5 or 6, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound to a maximum of 6. So this is, again, Tank Shock as we know and love, with the addition that for every 1 you roll, you take a mortal wound, which is usually not that big of a deal. You do like 1 or 2 to yourself most of the time. So like even a Rogel Thorn should not be expecting to take, like, if you do 3 to yourself, it's a lot. And also, but there is more risk to it than there was before. Okay, Rapid Ingress. At the end of your opponent's movement phase, one friendly unit that is in reserves, excluding aircraft, so no reserving aircraft. I know aircraft are getting a lot of changes. Your unit makes an ingress move, which we still haven't gotten to. That's 5 sections from now. You cannot use this stratagem during the first battle round. Cool. So, pretty similar, just can't do it on aircraft anymore. Smokescreen. Start of your opponent's shooting phase. So this is not when you're selected as a target. This is at the beginning. One friendly smoke unit. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack targets either your smoke unit or a unit that is not fully visible to the attacking model because of 1 or more models in your smoke unit, the target has the benefit of cover against that attack. I need to check something about visibility. So this is smoke screen on page 57. Let's go back to shooting, actually. Benefit of cover. Not fully visible due to 1 or more terrain features. Okay, I was wondering, I didn't want to say anything stupid. I was thinking that maybe you could use friendly models to, like, block and therefore make them receive the benefit of cover, but no, it has to be terrain. Okay. Commissars now are a staple. It wouldn't hurt if you have 2 in reserves. It's possible. I do think Commissars are way more interesting in 11th edition than in 10th. Aquilans are looking better and better. So it's obviously going to take a lot. One of the interesting things I've noticed is that having things in reserves is powerful because they can come in within 8 inches now. And then Aquilans, it's probably going to still be 6, but it might be 5. It's possible it'll be 5 inches. Which will give you a lot of freedom to come in places that you could not before. So Aquilans are definitely interesting, and we'll be needing some testing. The new smokescreen strat is the same as the one in our 1 DP recon detachment, right? Just has slightly stricter restrictions. Let's take a look. I think so. I think it's the same. Some smog screen. Start of your opponent's shooting phase. You target 1 Astra Militarum infantry unit. When an attack targets your unit or a unit that's not fully visible, the attacking model, because of 1 or more models in your unit, that target has the benefit of cover against that attack. Yep, so this is the same. This is just infantry, so you can just give them cover in the open. This might be really powerful in conjunction with recon, but you won't be able to take it with recon because it has the recon. I'm surely recon element will have the recon tag. This one is things with the smoke keyword. Smokescreen looks like the Rolling Fortress ability on the Baneblade or similar. Nice, we uplift. Yeah, I do think... So this is interesting because you would usually use Smoke if it was giving you both -1 to hit and benefit of cover for 10th edition, so like the +1 to your save. Whereas now it's only just the -1 ballistic skill. So it's a little bit less powerful in that regard. But it is more powerful because you can do it on things behind you, which might be really, really relevant. It's kind of hard to say. I don't think I used smoke a single time in yeah, none of us use smoke in either of the two games. Partly because like CP was just kind of stretched in general. Because you don't have to discard cards in the new mission pack. And you can just like score them later. The one from the 1 DP allows any infantry, not just smoke units. Correct, yeah. So you could, in theory, do it with multiple of them, which might be interesting. It's hard to say. Okay, Fire Overwatch. When at the end of your opponent's movement phase, so this is not the same timing it used to be when your opponent started or ended a move. Now it is end of your opponent's movement phase. One friendly unengaged unit, excluding Titanic, and your unit shoots using snap shooting. So snap shooting, as stated in the rule allowing the shooting type, okay, your unit shoots as described in making attacks. While shooting, you can only target one visible enemy unit within 24 inches of your unit, and only if it is an eligible target. Each attack only hits on an unmodified hit roll of 6, and you cannot reroll hit rolls. So, Torrent, as far as we can tell, is still very powerful with this. But the other big change to this is you can still Overwatch things if they did not move at all. So that's interesting. And does this allow you to shoot at vehicles? Can vehicles be shot while they're engaged? What does close quarter shooting say? Close dash quarter? Okay. A vehicle can shoot this infantry unit using normal shooting while resolving. But why is it -1? What page is this? Oh, we haven't gotten there yet. Okay, fair enough. I will be. That one's on me. I tried to jump ahead and ask questions that the game was not ready to tell me about. Okay. It is later in the rules. Thank you, Jacko. Huh? Jacko of Narogue. That's what I'm going to guess. That's what I'm going to stick to. Random account. Rip, Acheron, Valiant, Big Flamers, still dead for launch Eldar's Sins. True. And Smeargle says the same thing. It is cool to shoot units that did not move. Sadly, no more stacking Overwatch with Yark. That is true, because you cannot Overwatch in the charge phase anymore. It is a movement phase only stratagem. Okay. All right. Back to reading stuff. Heroic Intervention. At the end of your opponent's charge phase, one friendly unengaged unit within 12 inches of one or more enemy units. You can only select a vehicle if it is a character or a walker. Effect. Resolve a charge with your unit. While doing so, before making the charge roll, you must select one of the following modes. So for 1 CP, when selecting charge targets, you can only select enemy units that made a charge move this phase and are within the maximum distance. So you can still go for long-range heroic interventions. As long as they are within 12, you're allowed to just try. However, everyone for 2 CP into the fray. When making the charge roll, if the result is greater than 6, change it to 6. So it can only be within 6. And then when selecting charge targets, you can select any enemy units that are within 6 inches of your unit and within the maximum distance. So for 1 CP, you can do old heroic, but up to 12 inches. There's no, it's up to 12 instead of only within 6. And then for 2 CP, you can just charge a dude, right, if they're within 6. Hello, what's up, Tom Shuttleworth? Yeah, I'm going to say, like, right now, I appreciate it. I'm doing this as much for your benefit as my benefit because I have the kind of rules autism. I say that in a, you know, I don't know if there's a great way for me to say that. I have the kind of obsession where, like, I need to read the rules over and over again in order to make sure I understand them. So this is going to be my first go through. And I'm doing it in front of people so that you can experience it with me. All right, Jacko, you gotta tell me what is it Nerogue? 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 I can heroic character Baneblades now. You can indeed if you want to. I can't stop you. I cannot stop you there, Phil. You're always allowed to do it. Um, and you can just charge it in for free. No. All right, counteroffensive, 2 CP. Fight step of your opponent's fight phase just after an opponent's enemy unit has resolved its attacks. One friendly unit that is eligible to fight until the end of the phase. Your unit has the fight's first ability, and it must be the next unit you select to fight. So this is again, this ends up with the same result, but a different logic path in order to get there. So kind of interesting there. Okay, actions. Some rules allow units to perform actions. Each action states when it is started, which friendly units can perform it, how many times friendly units can start it, when it completes, what the effects of completing it are, any additional restrictions. Missed a bit of the rules earlier. Did you see that Baneblades don't need to be characters to shoot? Well, we're just now getting to actions, so we'll find out about that in a moment. A Precision Hospitaller last game with the Baneblade. That, I'm not gonna lie, that is very hype there, Phil. I'm very I'm very entertained that that goes through, because those girls are not easy to take down. Alright, starting an action. Unit is eligible to start an action unless one or more of the following apply to it. It is not on the battlefield, so you can only do actions on the battlefield. It is an aircraft or fortification, so you can't do it. You can't do it while battle shocked. You can't do it if you have OC characteristic of 0 or dash, so you need OC. It is engaged, so a Titanic unit can do it while engaged. It made an advance or fallback move this turn. Start another action this turn. If unit starts an action until the end of the turn, it is not eligible to shoot unless it's Titanic, and it is not eligible to declare a charge. There it is, random account. So yes, Baneblades, as the rules we currently understand them, you can do it while engaged, and you can still shoot. So that's a really big deal. Jaco of Nirogue. Neat. Is Jaco like a a real name or a character name or something? I don't know if I've seen that one before. Oh, you're good, random account. I mean, other people have read these before I did. I tend to sleep fairly late. My sleep schedule is a little bit screwed up right now, and I'm unemployed, so my schedule is not real. I do whatever I want when I feel like it, which is less often than I want. I'm not gonna lie. I have some pretty bad executive dysfunction, so sometimes it can take a long time for me to end up starting things. But yeah, so this is pretty similar to what it currently is. It used to be only Titanic characters, so that was like Imperial Knights, Chaos Knights, and then Baneblades that we turned into characters could do these things while engaged. Now you can just do them. You don't have to be in the Steel Hammer detachment. So again, small wins here for super heavies yet again. I will have to play at least one game with a super heavy here pretty soon just to feel it, because it seems pretty interesting. The action thing is very nice for Warhound Titans. That is true. That is true, Phil. I thought you were playing Blood Angels these days anyway. It's a character name. Very cool, very cool. Alright, completing an action. If a unit performing an action makes a move, excluding pollen or consolidation moves, or leaves the battlefield, that unit does not complete that action. Otherwise, when an action is completed, its effect section is triggered. As an example, your shooting phase, an infantry unit that is within a terrain area that is not within your deployment zone. Now, this is one thing that will need to be clarified. Is it the terrain area or the infantry unit that needs to not be within the deployment zone? Once per turn, end of the turn, set up a marker within 1 inch of your unit and within that terrain area. Neat. Can't wait to use the Avenger Strike Fighter spot for artillery. Well, I have not gotten to the aircraft rules, but I've seen a lot of people asking about how confused they are. Also, once again, gorgeous stuff. Guard win rate is going to be such a high with all the Baneblades on the field. Going to be a 20% win rate and 8 tournament wins week 1. We will see. We will see for sure. There's still a lot of stuff that we need to know. I love the perspective on this because there's like, what is this, an Arvis? I think it's called an Arvis. The Arvis is like below all the Ridge Runners here. Very entertaining. Gene Stealers. The Gene Stealers are on top of the plane. How did they get there? Nice. Okay. I played Raven Guard for 1 league. Big sad when nerfed. All guard all the time otherwise. Fair enough. Fair enough. I remember hearing from Victor that you played Marines against him, which was why I was thinking about that. Is there a single place where each rule, like Titanic, lists all the rules and directions it has? Not that I've seen. But I would imagine that would be towards the bottom of this rules document, and we still have like 20 pages left to go. All right. Moving monsters and vehicles. Each time you make a normal or advanced move with a unit, monster or vehicles in that unit can be moved through friendly and enemy models. This is nuts. That is crazy. So, one of the big strategies in 10th edition, of course, was if you had a tank like this and you put a bunch of dudes 1 inch in front of it, that tank was stuck. Couldn't go there. Now it's like, screw you guys. I'm going anyway. That is powerful, especially for vehicles that are like relatively fast. You just go, Um, frame. Some models do not have a base. Many of these are monster or vehicle models. Such models have the frame keyword, as do some other large models. So if it has a base, then it's still a frame. Or it can still be a frame. Whenever a rule refers to a model's position in relation to anything else on the battlefield, if that model has the frame keyword, unless otherwise stated, measure to and from the closest point on that model. Not necessarily from its base if it has one, but it could still be the base. When rotating a frame model as part of a move, if that model does not have a base, turn it any amount around its central axis while keeping it upright. So this is, again, this is going to be something that I think people are going to do wrong quite a bit, and we'll see how this ends up working out. Hammer the Emperor is going to ruin. Yes, I played Hammer the Emperor yesterday, and it was very fast, and there were some very silly interactions. Hippos will also be like unmove blockable. It's gonna be nuts. So normal or advanced moves. All right, shooting at engaged monsters and vehicles. In your shooting phase, enemy monster or vehicle units that are engaged can still be selected as targets of attacks. Each time a model makes a range attack that targets such a unit, subtract 1 from the hit roll, excluding attacks made with close quarters weapons by models in a unit engaged with that target. All right, here we go. The vehicle can shoot at vehicle can shoot at A. So it can shoot here. While resolving those attacks, subtract 1 from the hit roll. The infantry unit can shoot at the vehicle using normal shooting. While resolving those attacks, subtract 1. As the vehicle is engaged, blast weapons cannot target it, but can target other unengaged. And then the vehicle can shoot at infantry B using close quarters shooting. While resolving those attacks, subtract 1 from hit rolls. As the infantry unit is engaged, blast weapons cannot target it, but it can still shoot this way. The infantry unit is engaged, but can shoot at the vehicle using close quarters shooting. Okay, cool. So this more or less is the same, as far as I can tell. Giant stuff being blocked by small stuff has been a huge complaint of vehicle players, especially knights. Fuck them. I don't know. That's kind of how like knights can already do a lot of really powerful things. I don't think knights. I also don't think this really changes much about knights. I guess it makes armigers and ore dogs a little bit better. I hate needing to judge center of a Vank with its turret. Hard to explain to others why it looks wonky. I agree. I agree. I don't really have a great solution to it, unfortunately. So tank can still use blast weapons against A. Yeah, you can still shoot blast weapons against A, but A cannot shoot blast weapons at the tank. Engagement is 2 inches, so if a vehicle passes through an infantry unit, it should have 4 inches of movement allocated to that movement. Yeah. So you do need, again, if this is like a 25mm base, you need 2 here, you need 2 here, and then, this is like minimum 1, so like 5 inches. So if this tank moves 10, this needs to be within 5 inches. But remember, you can pivot, so sometimes it's less. So like this tank can go pivot and then move, and then oftentimes like a vehicle will be longer one way than another. So when you rotate, that can change like how far back this is. So it's kind of weird. Small knights are already the worst half of the codex. Not sure if the rule makes them more playable, just makes other tanks a lot stronger. Agreed. Benefit of cover plus big guns never tire equals -2 to hit. Yes, because one of them is the ballistic skill. Benefit of cover is changed to your ballistic skill, and big guns never tire is -1 to the hit roll. So yeah, it can be -2, which is a really, really big deal. There were a couple times yesterday where I was hitting on 6s, which is rough. Yeah. Where vehicles get that tagged in terrain. Yeah, it can be tough. Okay. Transports. Transport capacity. Transport models have a transport capacity listed on their datasheet. This determines the type and maximum number of friendly models that are eligible to embark within them. More than one unit can be embarked within the same transport model at the same time, provided it has sufficient transport capacity. Before the battle, in the declare battle formation step, your unit can start embarked within any friendly transport model that has sufficient transport capacity remaining for the whole unit. Okay. Once the first battle round is started, a friendly unit can embark within a friendly transport model after making a normal, advance, or fallback move if all of the following apply. Each model is within 3. The unit was not set up on the battlefield this turn. So you can't come in from reserves and then hop into a transport. You can't get out of a transport and then hop back into it in the same turn. Okay. That unit is eligible to. So this turns off the Space Marine thing with the Eradicators and the Land Raiders and Armored Spear Tip, I think it's called. Rip vehicles get tagged. 2 Hellhounds minimum. I played with 1. I didn't feel like I needed another, but it's possible that you could do it. It does stack, so if it's bracketed, you don't get minus. Okay, so we haven't seen a modifiers yet. It might be later in the rules. It might be coming in like the upcoming PDF. But I expect it'll probably be the same as what it currently is, where you can't have multiple minus. Or so let's say we have a normal tank, right? We give it take aim, so it is ballistic skill 3. It is shooting at something that has cover, so it becomes ballistic skill 4. And then -1 to the hit roll means that whatever we roll, we need to roll a 5 for it to become with -1 to be better. However, -2 to the hit roll is probably not a thing, because remember the ballistic skill is like the goal posts, and then the hit roll is like the kick, right? And you can use this in either kind of football, so American or the rest of the world football. You just go, and then you shouldn't be able to be minus. You should not be able to be -3 from what we've seen so far. What's up, Floof? Hope you're having a good day. This just ruins Venoms. Yeah, I did that incorrectly yesterday. My buddy was playing Drukhari, and I would shoot at Venoms. I was like, oh, it's stealth, so it's -1. It's like, nope, that's just benefit of cover now. So you're only at the minus ballistic skill. It didn't matter because I rolled a 6 to hit anyway, and it's like, all right, cool, whatever. Got a friend that says Tau needs to be ballistic skill 3 before the buffs, since no shooting army should ever hit on a 4+. Haha! Can't wait for my Overwatches to hit just as hard as my shooting phase. Yeah. Tau, from what I have heard, and from other people who have been playing pseudo games of 11th, Tau is very, very good because like half of their army ignores mods to ballistic skill and hit rolls. It is kind of crazy. And then ignores cover again, just like ignore, as far as we can tell, seems to be ignoring the ballistic skill penalty. Oh, not being able to get back in at the end of the fight phase. Yeah. Ooh, that would be interesting. I wonder what the change to the Venom rule will be. I wonder if they will have a specific carve out where it says like you can do this anyway, or if it's going to get a different rule. Yeah, that is a big change. No more Fire and Fade back into transports. Inquisitor Croyle meta when? That's a great question, dude. The Inquisitor Croyle is a very fun looking model. I've not played a single time with it just because it's kind of expensive, and I would mostly have been looking to play it in like Recon, but 100 points is like 15 dudes, and you could just take 15 more dudes. But yeah, the Venom change is not something that I had thought about, so I'm curious what the change to that is going to be. Gonna need Hellhounds. Yeah, people are excited about Hellhounds. They seem like they'll be good, but it's also possible that they go up in points. I don't know that. I don't know if they're going up or down or what. If they might change, their rule might change. Whatever is going to happen. But yeah, it's definitely it seems like a good data sheet so far, and we will see how it goes. All right, disembarking. In the active player's movement phase, each friendly unit embarked within a transport model can disembark from it by making a disembark move. If a transport model is destroyed before removing from the battlefield, the active player must make an emergency disembark move with each unit embarked within it. Okay. Scions with Croyle, that is true. The bridgehead being kind of with everything could be very cool. That would be interesting because I played a game with Mech Assault plus Bridgehead, where I just used what they had shown us on the faction focus, and the Scions with +1 to hit and +1 to wound hopping out of transport were pretty cool, and they were getting their rerolls to hit from Taurox Primes, But Torx Primes are 15 points more expensive currently than regular Torxes. So, I was spending 45 points on upgrading them from Torxes. That's like half of your Coil. So it's like, it's an interesting thing at the very least. Plus Coil's sick. So, like, if you have reasons to, like, play that model just because it's cool, not a bad idea. All right, Disembark move. Setup distance, rapid or tactical disembark, 3 inches. Combat disembark is 6 inches. Eligible if all of the following apply to your unit. It is embarked on the transport model that is on the battlefield. You can't get off the transport off the battlefield. As everybody knows, the edge of the board is the edge of the world. Did not embark within that transport this phase. Interesting. So you can... I guess this is like one of those things where you look at something like the mechanized assault, where you get in at the end of your opponent's fight phase, at least how it's currently worded. I'm not sure if there are other ways, because if there's a way to like reactive move in like your command phase or something, maybe that's how this would come up. You can set Croyle on the second floor in your home objective and be safe due to low. That is very funny, actually. That is not something that I'd thought about. Can he go up, actually? I know there's something about different kinds of units that were allowed to go. I thought it was infantry, beasts, and swarms. Let's take a look. Models can be set up on the ground. Models can also be set up on any surface or terrain feature that is not on ground level. Infantry, beast, swarm, fly, or monster. So I'm not sure if Croyle can be on the second floor there because he's I think he's mounted, which is not one of the things that says that you can be on the second floor. I imagine points are going to go up generally. This is a new addition, right? Consular units means new people can get armies on the table quicker. I have no idea if that's true. I don't remember what it was like going from 9th to 10th. But maybe. If somebody who's like been playing for a longer time and has like seen this kind of stuff, I'd be really curious if that was a thing that has been generally true. Okay, where are we going? All right, disembarks. Okay, the transport has not made an advance or fallback move this phase, so this is again another one that will probably have carve-outs like the Taurox, or the Devilfish are some transports that can do this kind of thing. He's mounted, so logistically he needs a chopper to bring that horse up. Yeah, +1 from plunging would have been very funny. Yeah, the +1 ballistic skill is cool. We do need to still see like if how modifiers work has changed at all in 11th edition. Okay, setup distance, blah blah blah. Eligible. Your unit is described. Setup as described in setup. Before moving, select disembark mode. Rapid disembark. If that transport made a normal or an ingress move, so came in off the board this phase, you must select this mode. While moving, set up each model in your unit wholly within the setup distance, so for rapid is 3 inches. If that transport made an ingress move this turn, each model must follow the same rules that transport had to follow while resolving that move. So this probably is still within 6 of the board edge and more than 8 inches from things. After moving, until the end of the turn, your unit is not eligible to declare a charge. Okay. Tactical disembark. If that transport remains stationary or has not yet been selected to move this phase, and if you can set up your unit as described below, you must select this move. So if you moved or came in from reserves, you must do this. Otherwise, you can tactical disembark, so this is getting out. While moving, just normal disembark. After moving, so you do have to. So this does change a little bit. So if your unit gets out before the transport moves, your unit must move before the transport did. Whereas before, you could have like the guys go in and like take the spot of the transport. Now the sequencing for that doesn't work because you can't get the guys out, move the transport, then move the guys. You get out of the transport and then move the guys before you have a chance to move the transport. Nah, points should generally hold, says Floof. Just stuff going on for having things like Psychic because it's a power bump. That also makes sense to me. I just have no idea. I've been playing games with points as we currently know them. Most lists shown on stream have been with an enhancement or 2 of current points. What's up, Joshi? Says Angron. I'm 4 games in 2020, 17, 10. Guard feel very good. Nice. I have played 2 games. I got a 2 and then I got 19. So, the first one I was playing Robert Moreland's list, which was just like a bunch of Toroxes and Scions and Torox primes, and man, Toroxes feel different. Uh, you can't move a transport after disbarking. You can't move a transport before you move the dudes. Can you still disembark on scout moves? Um, and you cannot disembark scout moves because it's not the movement phase, I don't think. Um, no more moving transport after letting dudes out to let the dudes move after. Yeah, so you can. So before you do like the shuffle, right? Where you have like here's the transport, and it would get dudes out, right? And then you used to be able to say this transport is now going to go somewhere else, and then these dudes will take the spot of the transport. You can't do that anymore. So you have the transport, and it gets dudes out, and the dudes have to move, and then the transport can move. So the sequencing has changed. Can you still disembark on scout moves? No, transports feel terrible. Yeah, I had before, like a couple of weeks ago, I thought it was going to be a transport edition, and it does not. I do not think it's a transport edition anymore after the one game that I played. Um, Tactical disembark needs transport to remain stationary or have not yet moved. Yeah, you can move after the transport. So, um, or has not yet been selected to move this phase. So if that transport has said I am not moving, or it has not yet moved. I don't really know why this is here so much as just just has not yet been selected to move. Just different. But yeah, Ingron. The big thing for me is I am throw stuff at the wall and like see what sticks phase. So I am not playing good 40k at all. I'm just like, I'm curious how this interaction works. Let's make this charge. Let's go for it. And one of them was very bad. The control you lose from just having to be as close as possible when destroyed is huge. Yes. So hard to keep the squad inside safe. And also, sometimes you'll blow up and just lose a couple more dudes anyway. Sort of a shame. I thought 3 Chimera plus Kazakhin would be fun in armored infantry. It might still be okay. Because there's still just like good data sheets as far as I can tell. But I think both Chimera and Kazakhin do less damage to a lot of targets now because the ballistic skill change. The way that cover has worked. So like yesterday, I was shooting. I shot Kazakhin at a defiler, and uh, and the fact that I was hitting on fours instead of on threes because I couldn't order them like both things while I was playing Mechanized plus Bridgehead, meant that they were hitting on fours, and then I rolled 2 3s. And the thing is like the Defiler has a 5-up invul, so the fact that my AP4, like my AP4 didn't matter, right? It was going to be on the invul either way, and then it became a spot where it's like having all of the extra AP but hitting worse ended up being worse overall. So you have to be a little bit more careful about whether or not you're giving cover in the same kind of way. Um, Plus, you have to pass the 7-up Battleshock Orc. Yes, they continue just like failing the same Battleshock over and over feels really bad when it happens. I do want to get a game into like a Tyranid player and just say, hey, I want you to call Shadow in the Warp immediately on my first command phase, and then we just like go from there and just kind of see what happens. The new hazardous rules look brutal for one-wound infantry. The kind of like Angron says here, the hazardous change is totally fine because you don't have to kill the plasma models anymore. You just kill the lasguns, and the plasma just keeps on shooting. So um, I'd say it's like a net slightly better over the games that I've played. Need a beefier transport that would help. I wonder if the Primaris Psyker will replace Castons for bricks as long as they keep the 4-up invul. I have not tested it yet. But because losing the extra AP or losing the extra save from cover and instead getting the ballistic skill, I don't think it's ridiculous. Um, I need to test it though. The Nork unit feels utter trash because the medic just keeps dying. Yeah, the forced wound sequencing is just terrible. Yeah, because you have to kill. By the time it comes up, you're already down to just like Nork, the Castellan, and the commander, and then you're like, okay, cool. I guess the Castellan is tough to kill. Always lose the Medipack. Always have to take damage on Nork first. Don't get the T6 command squad. It's bad. Yeah, yeah. I'm curious to see how it'll end up working out going forward. Anyway, let's get back into this. We have Combat Disembark. Um, Otherwise, you must select this mode. So if you are... Wait. So if you made a normal or Ingress move, you must do this. Otherwise, if you remain stationary... Oh. Oh, so you can't do it after a fallback move. Okay. So if you didn't make a normal or Ingress move, and you didn't remain stationary or have not yet moved... This is weird. I feel like this should just say, like, if you are engaged. Oh, no, but you can remain stationary while engaged. Okay, very weird. You must select this mode. Make a hazard roll for each model in your unit. Each model can be set up engaged with one or more enemy units that transport is engaged with. Okay, interesting. After moving, you're battle shocked, and until the end of the turn, it is not eligible to declare a charge. Well, you will be... Okay, so if you didn't make a move... Interesting. So I am curious if this interacts with something like a Taurox, right, where you can advance and then combat disembark, because you didn't make a normal move, and it gives you like an opportunity to do this. I think that something like the Taurox is going to have to change this, or they're going to have to change the way that the Taurox is worded. 9-inch move is nothing now. That is true. I have felt in general you just kind of need to go really fast in the new edition. So moving tanks, Hammer of the Emperor felt really good in the one game that I played it. Okay, emergency disembark. Your unit is embarked within a transport model that was just destroyed. Setup distance up to 6. Unit is described as in setup. Make a hazard roll for every model in your unit. While moving, set up each model in your unit wholly within the setup distance of the transport and as close as possible to the transport. So basically, you have to be touching the transport. Not a ton of freedom there. Each model that cannot be set up in this way is destroyed. Your unit is battle shocked at the end of the turn, and until the end of the turn is not eligible to declare a charge. But you could still shoot, in theory. Jerry Howard, can you combat disembark in the charge phase? I think disembarks, you can only make disembarks normally in the movement phase. So unless you have something like the World Leader's Rhino, which would allow you to disembark at a different time. So I don't think you could disembark. You cannot choose to get out of your transport in the charge phase, as far as I can tell. Okay. Forming attached units. Some units have the leader or support ability listed on their datasheet. Ugh. Such units are known as leader units and support units, respectively. So these are probably like the Castellan is probably a leader, and then the command squad is probably a support. Probably, I don't know. Both these abilities allow such units to lead other friendly units, known as bodyguard units, to form attached units. An attached unit is a single unit for all rules purposes. Leader and support units can only lead specific bodyguard units as listed in the 40k app. Howard homies, that's true. Before the battle, in the muster army step, for each leader and support unit in your army, you can select one friendly bodyguard unit that unit can lead. That unit will then lead that bodyguard unit for the battle and form an attached unit with it. Unless otherwise stated, each bodyguard unit can only have one leader unit and one support unit attached to it. So this is one of those things where I had heard from like Warhammer community or whatever that support units cannot just run around on their own, whereas leader units could. This doesn't say that, so I wonder if that's going to be in the upcoming PDF. But it is kind of nice where just like things can just have 2 leaders, but you could. There's probably something really gross and like really silly about this that people can do. OJB. Oh, the Ogren Bodyguard, Ogren Jotty Bard. Support in 11th. It might be. It's hard to say. No more detaching characters when bodyguard dies. I don't think so. Let's keep reading. Each time an attack targets an attached unit, if that unit contains one or more bodyguard models, use the highest toughness characteristic of the bodyguard models in that unit while resolving that attack, even if a leader or support unit in that attached unit has a different toughness characteristic. If that unit only contains leader or support models, use the highest toughness characteristic of those models while resolving that attack instead. So you could still be toughness 6 after all of the bodyguard is dead, in theory. Um, Rules that are triggered when a unit is destroyed are only triggered when the last model that started the battle in an attached unit is destroyed. So yeah, so you keep all the stuff. Don't know if you've got to it yet, but because it says they're all a single unit, it means that units like Necrons can have all of the Wraiths die because the Techno lives, he can res the Wraiths back. That does seem to be what it's looking like. So potentially the Castellan might not detach from a command squad if it's a support. Once the shock troopers are killed, that also seems to be how it works. An attached unit has all of the keywords of all of its component units. As such, an attached unit is affected by any rule that applies to units with any of those keywords. Note that models in an attached unit do not gain the keywords of other models in that unit that they do not already have. Remember that attacks target units, not models. For example, an attached unit contains a leader model with the Psyker keyword. While that model is part of that unit has a Psyker keyword, even if the bodyguard models do not have that keyword. If that unit is attacked by a weapon with the anti-Psyker 4+ ability, any unmodified wound roll of 4+ made against that unit is a critical wound, even if the attack itself is not allocated to that leader model. So this works the same way in terms of how keywords work in 10th. Abilities in attached units. Abilities and rules that affect a single specified model, for example, from an enhancement or an item of war gear, only ever apply to that model, even while part of an attached unit. So if you still lose the med pack, you still lose the med pack. It's not, nobody else has that war gear. It applies to that model. Okay. Otherwise, abilities or rules that affect a unit or models in it apply to every model in an attached unit until the source of that ability rule is destroyed as shown below. If the source is a leader or support unit, it applies to the attached unit until the last model in that leader or support unit is destroyed. Oh. If the ability comes from a bodyguard unit, it applies until the last model in that bodyguard unit is destroyed? Huh? Hold on. The specific model, that model is destroyed. This means that leader support units continue to benefit from their own while this model is leading a unit abilities even after their bodyguard unit is destroyed, provided they started the battle in an attached unit. Okay. Interesting. So they get their own ability, but if you had a Castellan running around after all the Cadians are dead, you wouldn't sticky still. Interesting. Heatson, that is my current reading of it. But yeah, Floof, it does the ability just being like a Necron ability. It's just like, yeah, because there's no detaching here at all. In all of the above cases, that last model was destroyed as a result of an attack. The ability it was conferring upon the attached unit applies until the attacking unit has resolved all of its attacks. Okay, so this is really big because there are some things like an Ogrim Bodyguard or the Death Guard, Lord of Contagion, and Deathstrike Terminators. The character just has a 4 of Feel No Pain while leading a unit. So normally this would be, you would lose this if you started shooting at them the activation after the last Death Shroud died. But now he just has a 4 of Feel No Pain, which is really powerful. If you kill 5 Assault Intercessors, the Chaplain still gets his +1 to wound, but no longer gets the rerolls. However, it doesn't count as a unit kill for scoring missions. Yeah, that checks out with my reading. So you still get the leader ability, but those abilities that are get -1 to wound while being led. It's not kept in the bodyguard's die. Yeah, that makes sense. So you can keep Medpack to Command Squad attached to Graves. You can keep No, you would have to kill the med pack before any characters are attacked. So you can have the med pack be the last of the like, the idiots die, but the med pack will have to die before you can allocate to any of the characters now. Probably stops Space Marine captains from rerolling wounds with assault intercessors. Yes. Yeah. So I think I played that one a little bit incorrectly because we still played as though the bodyguard rules continued existing, which is a little bit interesting. Definitely a little bit different. Please tell me the feeling pain thing doesn't work like that. I didn't even think about that. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I think it's the Lord of Contagion. Lord of Contagion abilities. So it's not there. Let's take that. This might be a Death Shroud unit ability. Okay, so the 4 Feel No Pain is from the Death Shroud, not from the Lord of Contagion. So they would not have the 4 Feel No Pain. All right, I just lied. However, if there are others like that, if it wasn't from the bodyguard, then it would have applied. So command squad doesn't count as bodyguard if Graves is attached then. No. So firstly, they removed the can lead command squad, so that's just not a thing anymore. The other big thing is that it's all just one unit. If you kill the whole thing, it's not 3 no prisoners, it's just 1 no prisoners now. So yeah, the Feel No Pain is from the Death Shroud, so you would not get that, but there is probably some character out there where the Feel No Pain comes from the character, which will be very, very silly. Okay. Well, leader and support units often have abilities that make the models they are leading more powerful. In the same way, some bodyguard units' abilities can enhance the power of those leading them. The rules on the left means that once the models conferring such effects are destroyed, that attached unit does not continue to benefit from them. Should those models later be revived, however, those abilities will once more apply to their attached unit. Okay, so this does also like codify the Masters of the Maelstrom thing as... Ooh, I guess it doesn't. I think this does say that because the chosen because the Master of the Maelstrom become part of the chosen unit, I think that means that you just keep all of the chosen abilities for sure. And I think I believe this codifies that as being true, which is very interesting. No more stacking, no prisoner, killing the bodyguard, and character. Calgar. Calgar. Which of the abilities are Calgar's? I think his is the advance induced things. So this unit is able to shoot and declare a charge in which it advanced or fell back. So that one doesn't even say you need to be leading, so that one definitely happens. At the start of your command phase, this model is your warlord and on the battlefield to gain a CP. So that one also, yeah, Calgar just keeps all the things, but you do not get the surge move when the Victrix are dead. Okay. You keep the keywords. Keep the keywords? Yeah, there's no separation. You always still just continue as being part of the same unit. That's interesting for sure. Okay. Strategic reserves. Placing units in strategic reserves. Before the battle, in the declare battle formation step, you can select 1 or more friendly units, excluding fortifications, to place in strategic reserves. RIP, deep striking, hammerfall bunkers. Instead of setting up these units on the battlefield during deployment, place them to one side. They are strategic reserves units and will arrive later in the battlefield. Unless otherwise stated, the combined points value of all of your strategic reserves units, including those embarked within transports that are themselves placed in strategic reserves, cannot exceed 50% of your points limit for your battle size. Okay. So this is less restrictive than it currently is. So we'll see what ends up doing with that. Some rules allow units to be removed from battlefield and placed in strategic reserves during the battle. Units that use such rules are known as repositioned units. In addition to any other rules that apply to such units, such as where they can or cannot arrive, all of the following rules apply to them. If used in the movement phase, such rules can be used on units that have already moved that phase. Okay. A repositioned unit that is set up in the same turn in which it made an advance, fallback, or disembark move has still made an advance, fallback, or disembark move. That mostly, to me, reads like the subterranean assault, where you can go, you can make an advance, go into one tunnel, come out of another tunnel. That's the most relevant thing. I think there's also in Seer Council, that's also relevant. When they are removed from the battlefield, any rules that are affecting such units for a specified duration or under specified circumstances continue to affect them while that duration and or those circumstances apply. For example, a unit that was within range of an ore ability when removed from the battlefield would no longer be affected by that ore ability if it is no longer within range of it when it makes an Ingress move, but a unit that was battle shocked when removed from the battlefield would still be battle shocked if it makes an Ingress move in the same turn. Okay? Arriving from strategic reserves. To arrive on the battlefield, each strategic reserves unit must make an Ingress move. Unless otherwise stated, they can only do so from the second battle round onwards. Setup distance 6 inches. Okay? Eligible if your unit is in strategic reserves, excluding units that are embarked within transports that are themselves in strategic reserves. Okay, so interesting. So they are units in a transport in reserve are also considered strategic reserves. Your unit is set up as described in being set up. While moving, set up your unit wholly within the setup distance of one or more battlefield edges and more than 8 inches horizontally from all battlefield or from all enemy units. I can't wait for all of my 9-inch ticks to be entirely irrelevant. Before the third battle round, while doing so, no models can be set up within your opponent's deployment zone. So from normal Ingress move. After moving, unless otherwise stated, until the start of the next charge phase, your unit is not eligible to make any other type of move. So that's good. So you can't like move, shoot, move after coming in from reserves. Unless this is different for Deep Strike. We'll find out. At the end of the third battle round, unless otherwise stated, all strategic reserves units that have not made one or more Ingress moves are destroyed with the following exceptions. Units embarked within transports that have made an Ingress move during the battle, and repositioned units. So if you go back in... yes. So yeah, if you go back into reserve, you're fine. Congratulations on the new Coherency 6. I can't wait to just like take a knife and just like chop off that inch on the end. Okay. Surge moves. Some rules allow a unit to make a surge move as described below. Maximum distance as stated in the rule allowing this type. Eligible if all the following apply. The rule allowing this move type has been triggered. Your unit is not battle shocked. Your unit is not engaged. Your unit has not moved this phase. Okay. Your unit moves as described in moving. Before moving, select the closest enemy unit to be the surge target. While moving, each model must end its move engaged with the surge target if possible. So going to be within 2 inches. And each model that cannot end its move engaged with the surge target must end its move as close as possible to the surge target. So this is actually a pretty big difference from how it used to work. But I think this is pretty close to how most people were playing surge moves anyway. Surge moves were a very... when they were triggered, you could tell immediately how good the player doing the surging was, because this was a very, very powerful ability. After moving, your unit cannot be engaged with one or more enemy units that were not the surge target. Your unit cannot move again this phase. Okay, so you can't... oh, this is really good. Okay, so you cannot have moved, and then you cannot surge and move in the same phase. That's really good. All right, flying models. Models with the fly keyword and units such models are part of are said to be able to fly. Some rules also refer to such models and units as flying models or flying units. Each time a flying unit is selected to make a normal, advanced, fallback, or charge move, before moving any models in that unit, the active player can declare that it will take to the skies. If it does, while resolving that move, subtract 2 from the maximum distance. Each time a flying model moves, ignore all vertical distances for the purposes of how far it has moved. It can move through all types of model, including enemy models and monster vehicle models. It can move horizontally and vertically through all categories of terrain feature. Cool. RAP can't spider out and pile in. Yeah, no, dude. Playing against people who knew how to use surge moves properly was scary. I've played it. I'm sure, Flu, if you've played against like Arthur too, where he just like does whatever he wants with a surge move, and it is crazy. It's so scary. Does this mean that when bringing a transport from reserves, the disembarking infantry have to be outside 8 as well? As far as I can tell, yes. Because the disembark... so it made an Ingress move. If the transport made an Ingress move, each model must follow the same rules that transport had to follow while resolving that move. So you still have to be. If we take a look at the Ingress move, um, set up your unit all within the setup distance of one or more battlefield edges. So they still have to be within 6 of the board edge and more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units. Arthur and Celeste. Yeah, I have not played against Celeste Black Templars, but yeah, you can do some movement with that. It is spooky. You roll that 6 and you go, woo, here we go. I'm over there now. Yeah, Alejandro is the guy that I played against a lot of Surges, and just like seeing what he does with that is like, that doesn't seem like it's an intended consequence of these rules, but that's all right. Does that also mean 6-inch ingressing a transport lets you disembark 6 inches away? Probably, but I don't know. We'll have to see how they reword those rules. All right, flying models. So this is a slight nerf to going over like models and things, but it is a big buff to going through terrain. Um, yeah. It is important to note that you do this before you roll your advance roll. You say you're going to go to the skies, but I think you roll your charge before you declare if you're going to be going. But this is another timing thing with like the charge move where the sequencing is a little bit weird. You definitely do it before advance roll. I think you do it after, or I think you say you're flying after rolling the charge roll. I think. Okay, aura abilities. Abilities that affect models or units within a stated range are aura abilities and are tagged with the word aura. While a model within an aura ability is on the battlefield is always within a range of its own aura. A unit can be affected by more than one aura at a time, but if a unit is within range of the same aura ability more than once, that aura ability only applies to that unit once. So same thing. Someone who knows how to abuse it makes me need an adult, because what the fuck is happening to me right now? Dude, it is... Whenever, like... There's so many ways to game Surges, it's honestly impressive, because one of the things that, like, messed me up, right? I had, like, a tank here, right? And it was like, you know, Berserkers, and like Karn was like here, K-Boy, and he had like a bunch of like other Berserkers like out here or whatever. And remember, I think they're on 32s, maybe it's 28s. Either way, they're on like inches or bases that are more than an inch. And when I shot the tank and killed these models, this unit can surge now because it's not engaged. I was like, what the heck? And then he went and, you know, like Karn came in and touched a tank, and then these guys went, woo, we're going that way. I want to be over here now. And I was like, oh, I lose. Thanks for the game. It was nuts. Do you think plunging fire is going to be a thing we use as much as possible? It has, I don't know. That's the big thing. It has not come up in any of the games that I played yet, but I know I wasn't really looking for it. I've heard it is very, very powerful on Scourges. Um, but I don't know how much I want to put like just normal infantry. I think deep strike infantry or like flying infantry will make a lot of use of plunging fire, and everyone else is kind of like, eh. Darn, you're right, Floof. I will not do that next time. That is definitely something that we need to be very careful of doing over and over again. All right, faction abilities. Some abilities are common to each unit that belongs to a particular faction. They are faction abilities, also known as army rules, and are listed in the faction abilities section of a datasheet. Unless otherwise stated, units' faction abilities only apply if the army faction you selected while mustering your army matches a faction keyword listed on that unit's datasheet. So this is, again, a little bit weird because you have to be careful about, like, super heavy walker. This is kind of like a weird thing. Psychic abilities. Abilities tagged with the word psychic are psychic abilities. If a psychic ability causes a model to lose one or more wounds, each of those wounds is said to be inflicted by a psychic attack. This can be important for the triggering of other rules. I think this is the same. War gear abilities. Abilities that are gained when a unit or one of its models has a particular item of war gear or war gear abilities, and are listed in the war gear abilities section of a datasheet. If the unit has an item of war gear that has a war gear ability, that ability applies to that unit. If a model within a unit has an item of war gear that has a war gear ability, that model is the bearer of the item of war gear, and that ability applies until that model is destroyed. Same thing as it currently works. Plunging fire. All right, here we go. Each time a model makes makes a ranged attack that targets a visible unit containing one or more models on ground level. If one or more of the following conditions apply, improve the ballistic skill characteristic of that attack by 1. Okay, that's pretty good. The attacking model is on a section of terrain featured as 3 inches or more in height. And then the defending models are on ground level. One or more models on ground level. And then alternatively, the attacking model has a towering keyword and the target is within 12. Okay, cool. So knights get it if you're attacking within 12. Everything else gets it if it is on the second story. Cool. Yeah, I mean, this is good. Scourges seem like they're going to be very powerful with this. Maybe Swooping Hawks. Maybe you'll see it. Sans maybe can use it. Gaunt's Ghost maybe can use it. What else will be using it? Maybe you can put like Desolation Marines with like their super cracks. Maybe this is something that they can use. But I think it's mostly things that are going to be like fast, right? Like fast infantry will be able to use this really effectively. With the changes to heavy and warrior points, heavy weapon teams will be able to hide behind a wall and stay hidden and keep heavy to move and shoot might be usable. This is true. That's definitely one of the things I will need to throw at the wall and see if it sticks. What's funny is that if your entire unit is on the second level, then because part of your unit is on the ground floor, they can get plunging on your unit. Yeah, absolutely. Aircraft not having plunging fire is funny. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's coming up soon. All right, deployment. Aircraft. In the declare battle formation step, all aircraft units must be placed in strategic reserves. Aircraft units are only eligible to make an ingress move, and they are not eligible to make any other type of move. No pylons, no consolidates. At the end of your opponent's turn, all aircraft units in your army that are on the battlefield... at the end of your opponent's turn, all aircraft units in your army that are on the battlefield must be placed into strategic reserves. Each time a unit makes any type of move, its models can be moved through aircraft models. Okay? Each time a unit makes a pile in consolidation or surge move, unless that unit can fly, while making that move, ignore aircraft units for the purposes of selecting enemy units and determining the closest enemy unit. Okay, so you just kind of ignore them in general, unless you have fly. Being engaged solely with one or more aircraft units does not prevent a unit from being eligible to make a normal or advanced move. So you still have to, when you are making a normal move, you have to respect being outside of an aircraft engagement, but otherwise, being engaged in the aircraft doesn't stop you from doing things. Plunging fire has no effect on attacks made by or targeting aircraft. Okay, fair enough. Charging and fighting. Aircraft units are not eligible to declare a charge and can only make melee attacks that target flying units. That's kind of funny. So you kind of like can't interact with aircraft like at all. You just shoot them and get shot by them. Okay. Only flying units can select aircraft units as a charge target, and only flying models can make melee attacks that target aircraft units. Sure, why not? Is there nothing about hover? Okay. So they just like show up and shoot and then leave. It's like a panda. It's like one of my favorite old things. The old panda shows up to a restaurant, orders a bunch of bamboo. It eats all the bamboo, and then when the waiter comes over, it's like, "Has that ever been satisfactory, sir?" The panda shoots him, and he walks and gets out. Another waiter at the restaurant asks, "Wait, what's going on? Why did that panda just shoot Jerry?" And the manager comes over and is like, "Oh, don't worry. That's just what pandas do. He eats, shoots, and leaves." There you go. Dumb panda joke. I hope you guys all enjoyed that. Okay. Alright. Reference abilities. Okay. Mini units have core abilities listed on their datasheets and weapon abilities listed in their weapon profiles. Weapon abilities are presented in square brackets with bold formatting, like Blast. Weapons are often described using a particular ability they have, like Blast. Weapons are those with a Blast ability. If a weapon ability is followed by one or more keywords, then when making attacks with that weapon, that ability only applies if the target unit has one or more of those keywords. If weapon ability is followed by one or more keywords. Oh, lethal hits vehicle. Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting for sure. Okay. Multiple instances of the same core ability or weapon ability are not cumulative, regardless of any numbers or keywords included in them. In such cases, the controlling player must select which instance will apply at any one time. In the case of duplicated weapon abilities, this selection must be made each time that unit makes attacks, so you just pick the best one. Yeah, makes sense. Uh, Multiple instances of core abilities that include a number are duplicated even if that number varies. However, in the case of scouts, you must select the lowest number not shared by every model in that unit. So if model unit has both scouts 6 and 8, you could select scouts 8 as it is shared by every model, but if a unit contains one model of scout 6 and 5 with scouts 8, you must select scout 6. Okay. Multiple instances of weapon abilities that include a number like sustained hits 1 are duplicated even if that number varies. The controlling player would have to select between sustained hits 1 and sustained hits 2. Crazy, 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 crazy. Multiple instances of weapon abilities that include a keyword are duplicated even if that keyword varies. So you'd have to pick between anti-vehicle or anti-infantry. All right, fair enough. All right. Punctuation joke, yeah. I'm glad a couple of you guys appreciated that. Using a devilfish to tank shock a plane is a funny image. You could do that, just like very, very not Tau, but that's all right. Maybe Farsight would do it. All right, anti. This ability always takes the form anti-XY plus. Each time an attack is made with an anti-weapon, if the target unit has the keyword denoted by X, an unmodified wound roll of Y plus is a critical wound. Same thing. Assault. Units containing one or more models with an assault weapon can shoot using assault shooting. Makes sense. Same thing. Blast. Each time you gather attack dice for a blast weapon, add one additional attack dice for every 5 models that were in the target unit in the select target's step. If its ability takes the form Blast X, each time you gather attack dice for such a weapon, add X additional attack dice. Blah, blah, blah. So if a Blast 2 weapon with an attack characteristic of 3 targets a unit containing 12 models, you would gather 4 additional attack dice for that weapon for a total of 7. Yep, makes sense. In the Dark Eldar focus, we saw lethal hits, non-monster vehicles. So with the lethal vehicles edition, I'm happy to see them messing with keywords more. Yeah, that's a really interesting change. I hope to see interesting uses of it in the near future because I think it could really change how good certain units are in general. Cleave. This ability takes the form Cleave X. Each time you gather attack dice for a cleave weapon, if you only selected one target for all of that weapon's attacks, add X additional attack dice for every 5 models that were in the target unit in the select target step. So this is blast but in melee, but you have to attack one unit. You can't split attacks with that weapon, which is fine. Yeah, that's a thing that exists. Close quarters. Units containing one or more models with a close quarters weapon can shoot using close quarters weapons. When using another shooting type for each model in that unit, excluding monster vehicle units, you can only select one of the following to make attacks with: one or more of its close quarters weapons, one or more of its ranged weapons. Okay, so it's the pistol keyword, but rebranded. Deep Strike. Each time this unit makes an ingress move, if every model in this unit has this ability, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield but is more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units, even if that is within your opponent's deployment zone. Okay, so yeah, it seems to be Deep Strike, again, a different logic path, but gets the same answer. Deadly Demise. This ability always takes the form Deadly Demise X. Each time a model in this unit is destroyed, after the units embarked within it, if any, have made their emergency disembark moves, roll a d6. So again, you explode after the guys get out, which means that they can get hit by both not wearing their seatbelts and the explosion. Each unit within 6 inches of that model suffers a number of mortal wounds, denoted by X. If this is a random number, roll separately for each unit within 6 inches. Cool. Devastating wounds. Each time an attack made with a devastating wounds weapon results in a critical wound, the attack sequence for that attack ends, and the target unit suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to the damage characteristic of that weapon. These are inflicted after resolving any normal damage inflicted by those attacks. Mortal wounds inflicted by devastating wounds weapons can damage a maximum of one model for each critical wound. Any remaining mortal wounds inflicted by that attack are lost. An attack made with a devastating wounds weapon with a damage characteristic of 3 results in a critical wound against an intercessor squad, so inflicts 3 mortal wounds. The first 2 mortal wounds are sufficient to destroy 1 intercessor model, so the remaining mortal wound is lost. So, big difference here is the way that this used to work is you would go and you'd like make attacks and you'd be like, we'll go weapon 1, and it would be like, this is going to deal, you know, wow, that's a terrible 3. 3 saves and 2 devastating. And then weapon 2 would be like 10 saves and 4 devastating. And so the way that you used to order this would be you would do weapon 1 saves, and then weapon 2 saves, and then weapon 1 devs, and then weapon 2 devs. But now you just do this, like this. So this changed a little bit in a way that I think a lot of people were doing it anyway. But, you know, it is pretty similar. I'm not going to lie, I've seen devastating wounds done wrong by more people, including myself, than it is just probably the most commonly it is one of the most commonly misplayed rules in 10th edition for sure. Extra attacks. Each time a unit contains one or more models with an extra attacks weapons fight, those models will make attacks with those weapons in addition to any others. The select weapon step for each of those models, you must select all of that weapon's extra attacks weapons and one of that model's other melee weapons if possible. Oh, so I guess you just have to fight with all of them. Okay. We'll do Firing Deck. Firing Deck. This ability always takes the form Firing Deck X in your shooting phase. Each time this transport is selected to shoot, if one or more units are embarked within it, resolve the following sequence. Select up to X models embarked within this transport, excluding models whose units have already been selected to shoot this phase. So you can't get into a transport and then shoot. For each selected model, select one of its ranged weapons, excluding one-shot weapons, until this transport has resolved all of its attacks. It has all of those selected weapons in addition to its other weapons. Till the end of the turn, units embarked in this transport are not eligible to shoot. Feel No Pain. This ability always takes the form Feel No Pain X+. Each time a model with this ability would lose a wound, roll 1d6 on an X+, that wound is not lost. So this seems to work the same way as normal. Fights first. Well, every model in a unit has this ability. That unit is a fights first unit. See the resolve fights first. Yep, fights first. Hazardous. Each time a unit is selected to shoot or selected to fight, after that unit has resolved all of its attacks, make a number of hazard rolls for that unit equal to the number of hazardous weapons you selected in the select weapon step. Cool. Heavy. In your shooting phase, each time an attack is made with a heavy weapon, add 1 to the hit roll if all of the following apply to the attacking unit. That unit is unengaged. The unit was not set up on the battlefield this turn. No model in that unit has moved more than 3 inches this turn. So this is really big. Just as people have been looking at, this means that heavy weapons teams can hide behind a wall, then they can move to the other side of the wall and still benefit from heavy. Is that good? I don't know. It's more interesting than it used to be, for sure. Hover. Each time this unit takes to the skies, do not subtract 2 from the maximum distance. How does this work? Because you don't move with aircraft. I wonder if this is going to be just added to just like fly vehicles that aren't aircraft. Very odd. Ignores cover. Each time an attack is made with an ignores cover weapon, the target cannot have the benefit of cover against that attack, including from rules that give a model or unit the benefit of cover, like stealth. Indirect fire. Units containing 1 or more units with an indirect fire weapon can shoot using indirect shooting. Cool. Infiltrators. During deployment, if every model in a unit has this ability, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 8 inches horizontally from your opponent's deployment zone and all enemy units. So instead of 9, it's now infiltrate 8. Lance. Each time an attack is made with a lance weapon, if the attacking model's unit made a charge move this turn, add 1 to the wound roll. That's the same. Leader. We already went over that. Each time an attack made with a lethal hits weapon results in a critical hit, you can choose for that attack to automatically wound the target. So you can choose not to do this for devastating wounds. That is exactly what it says. Hover and fly, not aircraft. Yeah, so we'll kind of see what ends up having that keyword. I expect something like a devilfish might end up having it, but I'm not really sure. Okay. Lone Operative. Unless part of an attached unit, this unit is not visible to enemy models unless they are within 12 of this unit, and it cannot be targeted by indirect fire weapons unless the attacking model is within 12 inches of this unit. If this ability takes the form Lone Operative X, unless part of an attached unit, that unit is not visible to enemy models unless they're within X. So, you're going to have like Lone Op 12, there might be Lone Op 18, there's going to be a couple other things like that. Melta. This ability always takes the form Melta X. Each time a model makes an attack with a Melta weapon, if the target unit was within half range of that weapon in the select target step, until the attacking unit's attacks have been resolved, add X to that weapon's damage characteristic. So we still, again, need to see if this is how this interacts with other modifiers, right? It used to be where the modifiers, if you had something that's set to 0, you would still do 2 damage, or they could still try and save against the 2 damage. Now, this reads to me that if you set something to 0, you do not get the bonus 2 damage from the Melta anymore. But again, we need to see how modifiers work. Each weapon with this one-shot ability can only be selected to make attacks with once per battle. If a destroyed model is returned to a unit, all of its one-shot weapons that have already been selected to make attacks with during the battle cannot be selected to make attacks with again. If a new unit is added to an army, all one-shot weapons in the unit can be selected to make attacks with once per battle. Cool. So, codifying this, good change. Pistol and close quarters are identical for all rules purposes. See close quarters. Pistol is a pre-existing ability, so this is like a legacy thing. Both are functionally the same, but the latter is a more suitable term for weapons that function in this way. This is I'm saying we don't want to go through and have to change all of them. It's fine. Precision. While resolving attacks made with one or more precision weapons at the start of the allocation order step, if the target unit contains one or more character models visible to one or more of the attacking models, the active... Ooh, interesting. It's probably still a unit has to have the precision in order for this to work. The active player can select one allocation group that contains one of those visible character models. If they do, until those attacks are resolved, or until that character group is destroyed, whichever happens first, that character group is the current allocation group. So, that works well. That's a really good way to get through, like, forcing ones to go to something like a 2-up invul, like an Archon or Makari or something like that. Psychic. Each time an attack is made with a psychic weapon, you can ignore any or all modifiers to that attack's ballistic or weapon skill characteristic and any or all modifiers to the hit roll. Attacks made with psychic weapons are known as psychic attacks, and this can be important for triggering other rules. Very, very powerful. So these are both very powerful changes in general. Rapid Fire. This ability always takes the form Rapid Fire X. Each time you gather attack dice for a rapid fire weapon, add X additional attack dice if the target was within half range of that weapon in select target's step. Nice. I missed the deep strike part. You can now use grenades for units at deep strike. Am I wrong? No, because deep strike says you have to be more than 8 inches away, and grenades or explosives require you to be within 8 inches. So only things like Aquilons or anything else that can come in closer than 8 inches. Let me make sure I'm not making that up. Explosives. Yes, within 8. And so deep strike requires you to be more than 8 inches away. So unfortunately, you still cannot deep strike and grenade, but you can, if Melta range does not change, you can still Melta. You can get like Melta 2 coming in from reserve, which is very big. That is a lot of extra damage. Okay, deep strike. Oh, we already did these. Infiltrators, lance, one-shot pistol, scouts. Okay, this one was interesting because it didn't make a ton of sense to me. With like hearing the version of it before. This ability always takes the form Scouts X. In the resolve pre-battle ability step, if every model in a unit has this ability, you can do one of the following. If that unit is in strategic reserves, you can set up that unit anywhere that is wholly within your deployment zone. Okay, so, you can just be like, it's in reserves. Secretly, it's actually here on the board. So it's kind of like a redeploy. If that unit is wholly within your deployment zone, it can make a scout move. Scout move. If it is the pre-battle ability step and your unit is wholly within your deployment zone, your unit moves as described in moving. Your unit must be more than 8 inches horizontally from all enemy units. So this is, basically the same as old scout. Uh, this seems like kind of whatever, but sure. If that unit is embarked within a dedicated transport that is wholly within your deployment zone, and if every model embarked within that dedicated transport has a scout's ability, that dedicated transport can make a scout move. Okay, neat. Stealth. If every model in a, like, I don't know, somebody else who's played 11th is going to need to explain why this is good to me, or like why you would ever do this. I guess it's like, it's kind of a fake out, and you can decide whether or not you want to keep them in reserve later without having the thing, and you can be like, I guess I don't want them on the board, but then you just like lose the movement on them. So I guess if you have like a bunch of things that just happen to have scout, it's like a nice to have towards the end. I'm not super convinced about it, but I'll have to try it in a game. Okay, stealth. If every model in a unit has ability, each time a range attack targets that unit has the benefit of cover. So just -1 ballistic skill. Support. Super heavy walker. Oh, this is just a core rule now. Each time a unit with this ability makes a normal, advance, or fallback move, models in that unit can move through models including monster or vehicle models, but excluding Titanic, and can move horizontally through sections of terrain features that are 4 inches or less in height. Before moving that unit, you can select for all models in that unit to have the mobile keyword until that move ends. If you do, when that move ends, roll 1d6. On a 1, that unit is battle shocked. So it's the same as kind of how it currently is. Jaco, can it be used in redeploys? I mean, it happens at the same time as the pre-battle abilities, so I think this is just an additional redeploy, but one that you can go from off the board to on the board. So we'll see what ends up changing with like other redeploys. Sustained hits. This ability always takes the form Sustained Hits X. Each time an attack made with a Sustained Hits weapon results in a critical hit, that attack results in a number of additional hits on the target as denoted by X. Cool. Torrent. Each time an attack is made with a Torrent weapon, that attack automatically hits the target. Still very good in Overwatch. Twin Linked. Each time an attack is made with a Twin Linked weapon, you can re-roll the wound roll. Same thing as it currently is. Alright, continued in the app. So this is stuff that is going to be changed a lot for a while. Below starting strength, starting strength of 1, less than your starting wounds, less than number of models. Number of remaining models in the unit is less than your starting strength. Yep. At half strength, half of the wounds characteristic. Yep, so this is the same. Below, same. Okay. Super excited for the new edition, Guard Green Gang for Life. Thinking it might be Scion meta again. Dude, it's always been a Scion meta. Scions have been so good this whole... there's like a very small period where they were not like super, super good. But they've been very good. I'm excited to have them again. Alright, add a new unit to your army. Some rules add new units to your army during the battle. The starting strength is determined when it's added to your army. It is otherwise determined the same way as for other units. Destroyed throughout a battle. You'll be destroyed. When a model is destroyed, first resolve any rules that are triggered when you are destroyed, then you are removed from the battlefield. If any such rules apply, and if the model is destroyed as a result of an attack, unless otherwise stated, those rules are only resolved. If any such rules apply, and if the model is destroyed as a result of an attack, unless otherwise stated, those rules are only resolved, and that model is only removed after the attacking unit's attacks have been resolved. Unless otherwise stated, destroyed models and units cannot use abilities or be targeted by other rules. So this is actually really interesting because this doesn't immediately, any rules such apply, and if the model was destroyed as a result of an attack, unless otherwise stated, those rules are only resolved. Yeah, so this doesn't immediately rule out the ability to shoot on death while in combat for the Leman Russ commander. So that's interesting. We'll see what ends up changing with that. When making a normal advanced move, if different models in the moving unit move different, or have different move characteristics, the maximum distance for that move will be different for those models. If, for example, if a unit makes a normal move and all models in that unit have a move characteristic of 6, except for one model with a move characteristic of 9, that model's maximum distance for that move is 9. Okay, yeah, so models move their individual move characteristic. eligible to fight but unable to fight. During the fight sequence, when the sequence returns to a player to select a unit to fight, if all of that player's units that are eligible to fight are more than 5 inches from all enemy units, that player can instead choose to pass and return the sequence to their opponent to select a unit. If both players pass in succession, or if one player passes when their opponent has no remaining units that are eligible to fight, the fight step ends. Okay, so this is like if you don't have, if you can't select anything, it just goes back to your opponent. Mixed keywords. Some units can contain models that have different keywords, either because they are an attached unit or as a result of separations listed on their datasheet and or items of war gear they have. While this is the case, such a unit has all of the keywords of all of its models, but its models do not gain the keywords. So this is the same thing. Okay. Objectives not within terrain area, so this is just well, so this is just something that they're putting in to be, for people if they don't have the new terrain stuff. Cool. When a rule revives, resurrects, or returns models to a unit, the specified number of destroyed models are added to the unit. This cannot expand a unit beyond its starting strength. Such models are added with all war gear and enhancements they started the battle with, and unless otherwise stated, they're returned with their full wounds remaining. Models returned to unit on the battlefield must be set up as follows. Incoherency with models in that unit that started that phase on the battlefield. Okay. They can be engaged with one or more enemy units, but only if those enemy units are already engaged with the unit those models are being returned to. If a leader or support model in an attached unit is destroyed and subsequently revived, it is still part of that attached unit and must be returned to it if possible. Is a unit with no ranged weapons eligible to shoot in its controlling player's shooting phase? Yes. Yes, okay. When my unit shoots using close quarter shooting, can monster vehicle units in my unit target an engaged unit with blast weapons? No. Okay, makes sense. When my unit shoots at an unengaged monster or vehicle unit, can models in my unit target that unit with blast weapons? Okay, so you still just can't shoot blast at engaged things. Can a unit that is eligible to make an overrun fight be selected to do so if it is not also eligible to fight? What? Sometimes a unit can become engaged after the start of the fight step, but then become unengaged later in that step. If this happens, it is no longer eligible to fight. Oh! Okay, I can see that. I can see how that would work. Can a unit embark within a transport after making a scout move? No. Scout moves happen to resolve pre-battle ability step of the battle, which comes after the declare battle formation step and before the begin the battle step. Okay, so that's a little bit different. Would Command Squad keep the regiment keyword when the Cadians die? It says they lose the ability, but doesn't say they lose the keywords. Correct. You would keep the keywords until the end. Okay. All right. That's the entire core rules. We have read through everything that they have currently given us for the core rules. There are a couple things that are a little bit interesting, but otherwise it's still very similar in a lot of the shell to the way that 10th edition worked. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it probably about like 10 more minutes, and just if people have questions, if people want to talk a little bit about their 11th edition games that they played so far, let me know. Otherwise, I have been sitting here for 4 hours, so if you guys have some things to talk about, happy to talk about it over the next couple of minutes, next like 20 minutes or so. But then I'll probably call it after that. Yeah. I guess while I wait for a couple people to ask questions if they have them, I played 2 games of 11th edition yesterday, and one of them I was playing Mechanized Assault plus Bridgehead, the new like faction-focused Bridgehead, and I played it up against Emperor's Children, Court of the Phoenician with 2 Defilers and Fulgrim, and I was playing it as Disruption, and I can pull that up for you guys so you guys can see. So I made this a couple days ago. Disruption. All right, I was playing this, so this was this was rough. I got absolutely blown out. Big part of it is that losing, because like Khazra can have like Plasma and Melta, which are low-ish volume, high strength, high AP. Losing the ballistic skill was way more impactful than losing like the 1 pip of AP from cover. So that ended up being a lot worse. There's definitely some times where I like shot at things that just felt like they were supposed to die and didn't. So that was rough. And then the game after that, I played Hammer of the Emperor with 3 Leman Russ battle tanks for the rerolls, 3 Vanquishers with Flamers, and 2 Roldorn Commanders, and then some other stuff, and 1 Hellhound. And I played that into Spectacle of Spite. Spectacle of Spite was really struggling to kill, and I played that one in this, and I just killed my opponent. My opponent just kind of ran out of stuff pretty quick. We ended up playing it out, but I lost the Emperor's Children game 2-18. I had like something in the 40s, he had something in the 90s, and then in the next one where I was playing Hammer of the Emperor into Spectacle of Spite, I won that one 19-1. I had something in the 90s, he had something in the 40s. It was, 2 very not close games in a row. Okay. Amazing. Command Squad now retain their orders. Cool. Yeah, you can still order them. El Trial Joshi, are there any units that you feel will have an immediate improvement moving forward? So the one that I think is going to immediately be more interesting is the Leman Russ Battle Tank. The Leman Russ Battle Tank is, it's reasonably fast. It's still relatively durable. It's pretty easy to get cover on vehicles, honestly. Like, you still just have to, like, tow, like, a sponson or something behind a wall, and then you're going to have cover. But the other big thing is it tows onto things, and objectives are big. They're big these days, and they are also being terrain. So even though you're -1 ballistic skill and you go back from hitting to 3, you go from hitting on 3s to 4s, you're just re-rolling hits a lot of the time. And the low AP, which was kind of disqualifying before, means that it's, your AP does matter again. So I think the Leman Russ Battle Tank is definitely something that I'm going to be exploring more. Scions are also going to be very good if you can splash in the Bridgehead and just make them +1 to hit. So you don't need to double order them, but you can still, if we are allowed to Grizzle plus Bridgehead, that is going to be very potent, because 2s rerolling 1s and they just have 3-up saves all the time is going to be really, really good. So anything that has rerolls on objectives is going to be immediately powerful. I also think the Death Riders are going to be really interesting, because whereas before, let's say that you had a Death Rider and someone came up and this is 1.1 and there's an enemy here, and then you reactive move 6 inches away. So you would be 7.1 inches away. Now, or in 10th edition, this meant that they needed to roll a 7-inch charge. Whereas in 11th edition, if the way it works now is, if we have a Death Rider here, they have to end 2.1 inches away. And if we move 6 inches backwards, this is now 8.1 inches, which means that this is now a 9-inch charge. So the reactive moves are going to be very, very powerful for a while, especially flat 6, just because, this is the difference between a 7 and a 9. This is like 48% to hit with a reroll. This is like 75% with a reroll. Like, this is a big difference in the consistency of actually, like, making chargers. So I do think Death Riders are going to be interesting at the very least. Like, I would definitely consider trying them. I'm gonna move my epic pen. Jerry Howard, thinking Tau will be top shooting army. They have all the right shooting tools and trash tools. Tau seems like it is going to be good. Montcalm, especially because Montcalm is probably going to be their purge disposition detachment. Like, that is a powerful combination of things. Smeargle, abilities that cause the enemy to be battle shocked are better now or still useless? They're definitely better. The only thing I can think of that we have is, like, the artillery team, which is, like, indirect also got worse at the same time. So, like, they were already not great. So in theory, it's pretty cool. And other armies like Tyranids or Plague Legion Demons are really going to enjoy the changes. But I think overall, for guard, I think it's going to be a net negative for us on that regard. Shadow Fox. Theoretically, you can heal the bodyguard unit from the command squads even if they are full wiped. Yes, just remember, of course, that you do have to kill the medic before you can kill any of the characters. So the medic can be the last dude running around, but it's a lot harder to keep him alive. It's a lot harder to keep the medic alive now than it used to be. Jerry Howard again. World leaders seem to be the premier melee faction, super fast and insane pile and consolidate they can do to tag everything. It could be. The transports being a lot worse does hurt them quite a bit. So I have not played against them, but they seem like they could be well positioned as well. AM mini miniatures, double miniature. I don't think so because medkits are war gear ability. Yeah. So if the med kit is still alive, you can res the Cadians. If the med kit man dies, you cannot res the Cadians. What do you think about the 1DP abhuman detachment? I did not find it particularly interesting. Let's take a look. Let's read it again now that I have not now that I have played a couple of games. All right. Friendly Bullgrin, Ogryn, Ratlings have the abhuman keyword. Friendly Commissar models. So as far as we know, this is only the Commissar datasheet, not Commissar Yarrick, not Commissar Graves. Can issue the take aim order and issue one order to a friendly abhuman unit. So it's take aim, fixed bayonets, and duty and honor, which are or like whatever. This detachment has the abhuman tag and cannot be taken with another abhuman detachment. Enhancements. Commissar model only. This model has a Feel No Pain 4+. Not bad. Depending on how much this costs, right? You know, if a Commissar is 30 points and this is like 10, 15 points, like, you know, that could be interesting. If we can combine this with Grizzled Company, this is pretty cool, where you can like attach them into the unit. Low profile. Your shooting phase when a friendly Ratlings unit has shot that Ratlings unit. Those range attacks do not prevent your unit from being hidden. This is worthless. This doesn't do anything. Your Ratlings move, shoot, move. You don't care about them being hidden. Just go back down, right? Your Ratlings pop up onto the second floor, then they move back down to the first floor. This is not. I mean, they need to show us more of this, right? I do not expect this to be the whole detachment. I expect like one or two more enhancements, one or two more stratagems. If this has a good disposition, this will be played. And then the surge move. I know they mentioned a surge move on the Bullgrin. Surge moves are actually way more powerful next edition because it's basically all of your surge moves are basically like, you know, whatever you roll +1 relative to how they were before. So that is like maybe it might be okay. The bigger problem is Bullgrin are still just slow. So if Bullgrin can find a way to get like move, 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 that'll be interesting. Overall, I don't rate this very highly right now, but that might change. That could change, right? That's not something. It is. I strongly feel it is pretty underwhelming, but you know, if people can show me that it's better, I'm willing to change my opinion about that really quickly. Did I run Hammer as a 2 DP detachment as Jaco? Yes, I did. I while in this like interim period, I would recommend that you pretend that every existing detachment is 2 DP because if it's a 1 or if it's a 3 detachment points, then whatever. You just go back to playing it how it used to be. But also just it's more fun. It's interesting. You're probably going to be correct if you guess that something is 2 detachment points. I I literally did not run a second detachment with it because there was I could have run um I could have run this because I had 2 units of Krieg engineers. I didn't care. I didn't want any of this stuff. It never came up. So, what's your opinion on precision? It seems very powerful. Because again, you force your opponent to take the bad saves first. So the more attacks that you have with the more attacks you put on them, the more saves that they will have to roll. So even if if you make them take 20 saves, they're going to average like 3 1s, and then they're going to have to take the 2s. So, a lot of stuff that has like 3 up, 4 up is going to be way more vulnerable to precision than it used to be. So I think it's a very interesting rule. I really hope the horses get mobile to move through dense terrain, J5 Schultz. I agree. I hope that would be cool. Think Siege really better as a free cover strip with the new changes. Maybe. The cover strip is very powerful. My issue with Siege right now, even looking at this, is already the game is in 10th edition, you just the game happens at two close ranges, so like the ignores cover does not come up as often as you would want because I think it's 12-inch range. If you're within like 12 inches of your own models, you can't mark them. Um, but if you can, like if that changes, that would be great. Right now, in both the games that I played so far of 11th edition, it's just a brawl. You are just fighting over and over and over for the midboard in ways that are even more extreme than they were in 10th edition, which is kind of how a lot of like Doombolt lists were already playing towards the end of 10th edition. So if the range on the ignores cover changes, I would be more interested in Siege. If it does not change, I'm still not interested. Jerry Howard, I imagine Grizz will be 3 points and Hammer will be 2. Possibly. I do not know. Definitely wanting to get the proper list of what detachments is what and the points, of course, for sure. Mass Rattlings. I can't stop you from doing it. I don't think it's going to be very good, but you can do it. Let's see, if you take 10 shots with Rattlings and you give them plunging fire, but the thing's in cover, so they're just back to hitting on threes. You're gonna wound into Space Marines. You're gonna hit like, we'll say you hit 7. You wound on 4s, so you're gonna wound them 4 times. I don't think it really changes a whole lot for Rattlings. I think it changes a lot for I think the precision strat in Recon is even more powerful than it was before. But yeah, that's about it. Armored Infantry and Bridges is definitely what I'm going to try first this edition. That does sound like a lot of fun there, Cheese Master. Armored Infantry. Oh, that's another unit that is way more interesting in 11th edition. So remember, in 10th edition, if you tow into a ruin, you just get shot. But if you tow into a ruin in 11th edition, you can shoot, and then as long as you move such that you're only 1 inch in, it guarantees when you roll the Hippogriff move, shoot, move, you can then get off of the terrain piece. So the skirmishing value is way higher now than it was before, which is a really, really big boon for the way that Hippogriffs play. So Hippogriffs are looking very cool. Infantry in dense terrain gets 12-inch hidden from go to ground, was shown in Play on Tabletop's livestream game. That 12 inches might be relevant. I think I don't. So my thoughts on hidden in general were that it was not very relevant. Again, I only played 2 games, but so much of the game was being played at really close range that you were either just visible because you were able to like come get the lines of sight anyway, and a lot of those lines of sight are less than there were a lot of really tight angles, so it's not about how far you are, it's about whether you can get there, right? And I think that is still going to be true. Um, and then I don't think I was ever prevented from shooting something because of the hidden rule, and I don't think anything that got shot was stopped because of the hidden rule. I think always it was always just, can you see this thing? So is the hidden change going to be big when it goes from 15 down to 12 default? Maybe. I don't know. I would need to do more testing, right? I've only played 2 games. I did not play the games. I'm sure I made a lot of mistakes. I'm sure there were rules mistakes. I'm sure there were tactical mistakes. But still, people are doing a lot of trying to get used to the new edition. So it'll be very interesting to try that out when it comes out. All right, gamers, I got a couple more minutes here before I'm probably going to call it. If anyone has more questions, I'm going to go take a look, see what's happening over the Discord. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, as we start to wind up, I do want to thank all of you guys who've stopped by and said hello and been active in chat. If you are still watching, it's still early enough in the day. I'll try and get the meta update out later today. My interest in 10th edition is very low these days, but it is still something. If for no other reason, I would like to have the data so that I can go and look back at it later on, which could be very interesting. Yeah, if it doesn't come out today, it will still come out tomorrow. But yeah, other than that, it's been good. I'll get that out. When we have more stuff, I will continue doing more streams like this as we get like more rules and stuff. So make sure you tune in for that. I don't have. I think my next event, I'm either going to be judging or playing on a day one tournament on June 20th. So that will be a lot of fun. So depending on what rules are looking like and how big the event is, there's that. Ooh, I also okay, very very exciting thing. To show you guys, let me. Mhm. All right, let me move this out of the way. I am going to. Okay, so I got this message. Or this was in a Discord that I'm in. I'm in a judging Discord. Um, an important note from the Games Workshop TO call, which happened earlier today. They have a much bigger venue, and so we'll be reviewing every previously rejected event to see if they can be reconsidered for a golden ticket. And if you think your event is too small or whatever, please apply anyway. There's apparently enough space for the largest singles event in 40K history, so I definitely seek to apply as soon as possible. Now, largest single events in 40K history, I think, are in the neighborhood of like 1,200 players. Like I think that was like one of the older LVOs. I think LGT has gotten to numbers similar to that. I have won a couple of events that maybe now qualify. And then there's at least one teams event which might qualify for another golden ticket, which would be very cool. So the odds of me going to the World Championships of Warhammer this year are increasing. They're not for sure yet. I will definitely let you guys know on what ends up happening with that, but it will be. I will definitely keep you guys updated on that. To be entirely honest, as I'm still looking for work, the job market in the U.S. continues to be bad. I might ask you guys for assistance in that in order to help me justify the cost of going to Barcelona, but you know, uh, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, going back. Zaid, Diana, it's always Scion Stocks. It does feel like it. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching, Jerry. Teams looks exciting. Okay, so do I want to say this? I'll say yes. We'll go ahead and talk about it a little bit. Okay. So I have heard a very strong rumor that there are five dispositions, right? You have green, you have yellow, you have red, you have blue, or we're gonna pretend this is blue, and then you have light blue. Okay, so you have these five dispositions, and the way that these work is that each of them are going to be attached to one of your detachments. Okay. However, the way that teams is looking like it will likely work is each team in a 5-man will have to have a different disposition. So you will have to have one of each color, and then an 8-man you can have two of them. So you could go like green, green, I don't know, red, red, yellow, dark blue, and then like one blue. So if you are interested in playing teams, I would strongly start looking. Like obviously, let's say that green is the best, right? I don't know which one green is, but let's say that green just is the best. Um, Only one player in fives and two players in eights are going to be able to play that on your team. So if you, as one of the players on your team, can find, I would like to play green, but I think, maybe this is our Tau player, right? Tau wants to play green, and GSC also wants to play green. I don't know what the disposition is, but let's just say that's the thing. And you also want to play green, but you're like, okay, they are probably better as green, or rather, Tau can play green and it can't play any of the other ones, otherwise it's bad. But what if my blue? What if my blue is the second best thing I can play? Tau can only play green, but I want to play green, but blue is still pretty good. Being able to do that if you are interested in trying to play Teams 40K, I think it is going to really, really focus on making sure that you can get that prep done in order to make sure that you can find the second best thing that you and your team can do for your players. So more prepared teams are going to be helpful. Getting more games in and testing out dispositions will be very helpful for you going into team stuff in the near future. I would really, really encourage you guys to do testing for things that you think are not as good if you have the time for it. All right, coming back in. Cheese Master, Tempestus, Aquilons seem more saucy this edition. Objectives seem big enough where they can just drop on and contest. Also, the bucket of hotshot las they spit out actually means something. Yeah, it could be really interesting. Just killing cultists who just have a 6-up save, AP1 just means that they're dead. That could be a really, really big deal. So Aquilons are definitely something that are also worth testing. Do they get the bonus of the faction focus? Tempestus Officer. Militarum Tempestus. Surely they have the Militarum Tempestus keywords, right? There's no way they don't. Aquilon. Keywords. Militarum Tempestus. Okay, cool. So this is actually a big deal for Aquilons. They're also interesting at the very least. So check that out. Hydra is to stop the incoming fly meta. I don't know if there's an incoming fly meta, but they might be. The armored infantry is always an interesting spot. Smeargle, what are your top 3 things most excited about for new edition? Teams. I've got a bunch of stuff coming up. I have a teams event in August, up in the Pacific Northwest. I believe it's sold out. I'm going to Challengers Cup in September, I think, which is one of the largest teams events in North America, which is, I think it's still in Utah again this year. So I'll be doing that. And then, yeah, I really, really like conceptually, I don't know if they've nailed it, but I really like conceptually having different primaries based on what my army is and what your army is. I like that idea conceptually, so as they fine tune it, I'm really looking forward to that change. And then, what else am I really looking forward to? Honestly, just it being different. I haven't had a ton. I as I'm sure many of you guys are aware, I burned myself out pretty bad playing Recon over and over again for like 2 months, 3 months. So I'm looking forward to a really big change of pace and just trying. I kind of missed the experimental phase of playing 40K where I felt like I had a really good understanding of what 10th edition the game was about, and I don't feel like I have that understanding of 11th edition yet. And so that discovery phase, I think, is going to be a lot of fun for the next, month or two. Um, yeah. Teams is so fun unless you are the shit eater of the teams. That was part of why I kind of crashed out at Wyoming, is I didn't feel like I was doing it very well. So, should be good. Anyway, it does look like stuff is slowing down over there. If you've enjoyed the stream, I would again appreciate any thumbs up, any kind of anything you could do. Chatting has been helpful. Thumbs up is also good in order to help the analytics, to help the channel grow. For now, though, it is getting quite hot here in my streaming room, so I think I'm going to go ahead and close it down for the day, go grab something nice and cold to drink, and get started working on the meta update for y'all. So anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. This has been Josh Doji Howard, and we'll see you guys all next time.